Whoops. Yep. Okay, I think we're good. Why is it not live? There you go. What's up, Oi? I don't even know how to pronounce your name, mate. No, it's O-U-Y. What's up, Sarah Lee? Skitter, Nerdy, Falcon, Crimson, Juicy, Nias, Yummy Hot Fixes. Yeah, but now I can even look at the patches. No point looking at the patch, but it's just like bug fixes and crap. Nothing really. Yeah, there's nothing really to look at here. They added the balance notes? Nothing happened, right? I don't think anything happened. I mean, I can look really fast, but I'm like pretty sure nothing happened. Oh. Whoa, there's actual balance notes? Wait, there's actual balance notes. Oh, well, hang on. Hang on. You're right. They did. There wasn't anything when I checked, and then now there is. Okay, well, give me a second. We'll look at it in a second. Let's see here. Any pictures? Also a new patch, apparently. Okay. Okay, I just had to ping Twitch. I think we're good. Does Spilo check YouTube chat? Maybe. How's everyone doing? Spilo does hate YouTube, yeah. Killed my legs to the gym today. Dad had to drive me home. Wow. And I also have a little bit of surprise for the stats thing as well, because Kill just, yeah, rough scrim, nice. I've not looked at the news story. She's been implicated in the files. I know of the Emre ult tick. Yep. Yep. It's not even really a tech to my knowledge, unless you get more momentum from it. I guess you get a little bit more momentum from it. It's just combining two parts of his kit to do something that seems kind of intuitive, but I guess you could say that you get more verticality out of it because of the momentum from the ult, I guess. Everyone is sad, it's your fault. Oh, my bad. Is it way more height? Do you not get height from out of pressing Q? Whatever. Did I see Overwatch Mobile? Yep. Not my cup of tea. Don't care. It seemed really clunky, but honestly, it's mobile slop, so I don't really care. I'm sure it'll be fun. But like, the whole like release, not necessarily the gameplay was clunky. I have no idea, but like the whole like release was really strange. Like it was like really weird. It was like out of nowhere, some like weird press release thing on Blizzard News, and then it was an unlisted video link that was like super unpolished of a gameplay demonstration with the most cringe over the top mobile reactions, which is like fine because it's the audience that they're going for. But then it's like, well, then why wasn't this like more polished and more like cheesy and more like like better production? It was weird. It was like some insider release, but done so in a slop mass media approach. It didn't combo well. It's like if you're gonna go for the slop mobile market, then like release a super cupcake polished little hammy whatever, and it was like, it's what I would expect if Overwatch were to release like some secret behind the scenes interview with one of the voice actors or something, or like release a secret competitive OWCS tournament thing. You know, it was weird. It's like it didn't combine. You know, it's like if you're gonna do, I don't know. It was just weird. It made me feel like something got leaked almost, and they were trying to get ahead of the leaks or something. So it's not even my commentary on the game itself, because like, how are you supposed to know? But it was strange. Like the whole thing was done really strangely. And then they're also like, oh, for more, join the Discord. And then you're like in the Discord and you're like, well, what do I do now? And it was weird. It was just like such a strange thing. It's probably dubbed over. Could be, yeah. That's actually a good call, yeah. Joseph, for self-fought review stuff.
With danger. Need a guy who ought to know. I used to laugh at safety.
You'd have to look up like self-review. Look up self-review Spilo. I have a couple of videos on it. The Discord is just 4 additional photos of stuff for the game. Yeah, it was super strange, super strange. So I'm sure if you guys like that kind of stuff, like if you like mobile games, I'm sure it'll be fun. I was laughing at like actually Mercy's kit looked more expansive than in the real game, which honestly is not really that weird, because you know they don't really have to care about whether it's perfectly balanced or not. So, but yeah, yeah. Let's look at the patch, y'all. Let's look at the patch. I think we've got about it. So, patch React, Reddit React. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of joking because I think obviously like it's definitely one of those things where it's not that easy. Just make Mercy have a better kit. Like, but it is still funny though. It is funny. Okay, Domina cost ult cost increased, Panopticon, sure. Nothing really crazy here. Is we zoomed in? I think we can zoom in there. I'm not going to try to predict here. I think more than anything else, we'll be saving some ideas for later. So basically, here's what we're looking at stream. We're going to look at win rates and stats. I'm going to try... So somebody reached out to me and said that they were working on a Google add-on for tracking map win rates and like trends or whatever using the Overwatch win rates website. We're going to try to get that to work. In worst case scenario, it doesn't work out. But either way, we're going to be looking at stats. I thought it was just bug fixes too. Apparently not. Apparently not. So... Anran, Inferno Rush, cooldown reduced from 8.5 to 8. That's probably reasonable. The biggest complaint with Inferno Rush is that everyone will gaslight you into thinking that its mobility is amazing. And it is decent, even before they nerfed it, or after they nerfed it. But the problem is that it's so important for using in duels that you use it for staging in your frick. So this is a small positive change, but yeah. We'll have to wait and see. Because like 0.5 seconds is really not that big of a deal. It's good, but it's not that big of a deal. You increase the distance you can move the dancing blade from 1.5 to 2.25 meters, so it makes it a little bit harder to track and means you can move closer to cover. But again, not that big of a deal. These are fine changes, but I'm glad we're being very snappy with balance, but not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal. But good. I don't want to be like I will say this, like they have done we'll save it for later. We'll save it for later. My quick TLDR is I think they've actually been very, at least early on, they've front-loaded a lot of balance tweaks here. I think because things have exploded, so they're like, oh, shoot, there's a lot of people playing this game. We better put in our homework. And I think overall it's been pretty good. Emre, damage increased. Sure, that's fine. That's fine. That's going to feel really good right now. It's really good. This is all fine. Vendetta... They did it. Finally. Finally. This is huge. This is really big. In terms of breakpoints, I need to go back and like actually check which breakpoints that these change. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, you could overhead swing fire strike 225, correct? I think. But, I mean, it only took us 2.5 months to nerf her overhead. Now, is this going to kill Vendetta? I don't think so. No, it's not going to. But it's fine. It's chill. It's still a good change. And also, this is really important. I'm glad they actually included the bug. I wish they did this more often. I wish they'd include bug fixes that are really important into the balance patch changes. Maybe they just do them in both, you know? Basically what this means, guys, is that you could not boop Vendetta during her overhead animation. Like, she just didn't move. So this is a monstrous buff for especially Brig and Lucio players, but anybody that has anything of a knockback during that overhead, which is an absolutely ridiculous thing that she's had for 2.5 months now. And this should have been done like 3 weeks in, tops. So this is really big. And this is also not just for like breakpoints for 225. Like, it's only 10 damage, so it's not a big deal. But just in general, like overhead swing slop. So you don't think it changes for breakpoints? Let me actually change this. Let me check this really quick. Vendetta, Overwatch. Because even if it doesn't change a ton of breakpoints, I still think it's a good thing, right? Because but let's look here. So we have 45 for swing. That's important. 115, 245. So this is now 235. So you're right. That doesn't change that. But I guess you could say if any damage is done, there's a slightly higher chance that they go in. What about 300 HP characters? 120 plus 90s, 210. 120. Yeah, this doesn't change a lot of breakpoints here. So this isn't going to be a massive nerf for her, but yeah, it's another slap on the wrist here. So we'll see. I really think this needs to go to 1. I think this might need to go to 110. But I don't know if they're like, this character is just, here's my problem with Vendetta right now. We won't talk about it today. I already have a discussion planned on this on either Thursday or Saturday. The problem with Vendetta is that it's too little too late. It's too little too late. Too little too late. Like, this is something that these good changes, these should have been done months ago. So, you know, whether we're nerfing how much armor she has or whether we're nerfing overhead, I think they're really nervous about her armor because she has a very high death rate per 10, but it's just too little too late. It's too little too late. People still hate her guts. These things should have happened months ago. And the problem right now is that, like, we'll talk about what Vendetta needs more on Thursday, Saturday, but she really needs speed with her overhead toss. She needs speed, and she still doesn't have it. It's really, really slow. Even Whirlwind Dash is a little bit inconsistent with things, but like, there's so many like quality of life things that ironically Vendetta would really like to have that she can't have because she's too strong. So we should have been way more heavy-handed with overhead nerfs early, left the rest of her kit in a functional state, and then continued to nerf overhead as necessary. And then if she needs buffs, which she would have needed, then start to lean into the soaring slice animation speed, the movement speed, make her be what you said that she was, because she's not an ultimate dive character. She's just not an ultimate dive character. She just isn't. She's completely mislabeled. So, because then the breakpoints matter a lot less. Like, you notice that we don't really talk about breakpoints as much with even a character like Genji. Everyone's obsessed with breakpoints in Genji, and they are there, like it is, like especially with like Blade and stuff. But it's because you don't have to rely off of the breakpoints to function as a character. You don't rely off of breakpoints a lot of these characters. It's with Vendetta that the breakpoints matter a lot, you know? The character functions more like a hit scan than she does a dive character because it's the big burst of damage and then, you know. So, yeah, we're not going to talk about any more about this. This is a good change. I don't want to be the spoiled brat that says, you made a good change, but it was too late, so it doesn't count. It counts, but I hope that we've learned our lesson with this kind of crap. And I'm going to talk more about this on Thursday, Saturday. Abby, it wasn't. It was, but on a scale of to Vendetta, not even close. Not even close. Breakpoints matter, sure, but infinitely less so than they do for Vendetta. Significantly less so than they do for Vendetta. Well, I am comparing to Vendetta. That's the entire point of this conversation, is we're having dive characters and saying about breakpoints shatter Vendetta's ankles because the rest of her kit doesn't work very well. That's my point. Her overhead doesn't lock her cam. Yeah, it would have been nice to mention that too. So, okay, Jetpack Cat, claws out, cooldown increase from 6 to 8 seconds. That's fine. That's actually a pretty reasonable change, so it's still a functional perk, but it's, I mean, 8 seconds is plenty of time. That's plenty of time. I mean, you're waiting your flight resource anyway most of the time. This is just kind of like way too up for you, so that's actually a pretty good change. And then damage dealt reduced from 50. They could probably hammer this even harder, because I'm still not sure that you would ever take the other perk now. Like 33% is still ridiculous, because what was it? It was 150 damage. And so now this is 100, I think, if I'm doing my math right. Like 100 damage. I still think it's better perk here. Yeah, so I just don't know that the other perk is better, because it's cool. I actually really like the idea of the other perk, but the problem is that it's still inferior, and it also knocks them away, which is not really something that you want to do all the time. So, sure, this is a slap on the wrist, but they're both good changes, so I'm chill with that. And yeah, they're saying it's being removed, but I'm saying, like, in the meantime, like, they probably could have gone harder with this, like 25%, anything along those lines, 20% even. Maybe that would have been too harsh. I don't know. Whatever. It's really me nitpicking. It's fine. It's a good change. Mizuki duration reduced, increased from 6 to 7 seconds. Yeah, that's fine. I think as long as it's not more than that. Don't say it. Don't say it, by the way. As long as it's not more than that. 7 seconds is more than long enough for support ult and Overwatch. Like 6 seconds is a long time. It's fine. I would prefer in the meantime if they gave it like double-sided and then put nerfed it. So like none of these are bad changes. These are all fine. Good stuff. Sure. I don't think that he necessarily needed this completely, but I also don't think this is going to break the gate. I think that they're thinking less about like whether Mizuki needs massive buffs, because this is not a massive buff, and more along the lines of what do we want to do with Mizuki long term. So, like you sure, like I mean, like look at Domina, right? It's like Domina necessarily dominating, partly yes, but also they probably just looked at it in terms of like the ult was just coming up too much anyway. So this is fine. These are fine. These are fine changes. Like what is this, the third patch or the second patch? Sorry, second or third since the release. Yeah, his win rate is going to go crazy for sure. Yeah, with the healing. So cool. Yeah, I mean, I think it's the second one. Third counting a hotfix. Right. Okay, so third. Nice. Yeah, this is fine. Good stuff. I really wish they gave Mizuki some animation canceling. I've been asking about that one as well. With his snap and stuff. I think that would definitely be a big quality of life change, is just being able to utilize some of his abilities, layer them. I think it's probably on purpose, but I would like a little bit more fluidity. I'm always a fluidity guy, because that seems like free real estate for buffing characters. Like quality of life buffs are, like, in my opinion, super, super valuable, because you can buff characters in ways that are really fun and fluid for the character's skill ceiling without just buffing raw numbers. So, ticks in the new hitboxes in like 12 months. Can I DM you with your findings? You can. Well, no, you can't. If you want to drop it in content suggestions in Discord, you can do that, though. I had to make the difficult decision yesterday where I've shut off DMs to non-friends. So if you guys have any gameplay-oriented questions, you're going to have to ask them in Twitch chat or drop them in content suggestions, just because I've been debating this for like literally three and a half years, but it's got to the point where like DMs are taking way too much time. They're very distracting. They're very tiresome. A lot of the same questions asked over and over and over and over and over again. And I just don't have time for it anymore. So we'll probably at some point in the near future devote a section of the start of a stream to questions. But the reality is that I'm just not giving questions the effort over text anymore, because I just don't have time. And yeah. Yeah, I've had open DMs. I've literally talked with at least 4,000 or 5,000 people in the last 3 years. Like, I'm talking about like 34 like different people. I've had to delete friends. I've been at 1,000 friends in Discord for over 2 years now. So I've had to constantly remove and re-add and remove and re-add, because you can only have 1,000 friends. So no, it's not a celebrity. It's the fact that I'm actively engaging with almost every single member of this. And when you're coaching, like, however many people per week, so yeah, I've tried. I lasted as long as I can. I lasted as long as I could, but Eventually it was just too much. So it was taking away quality from other things. Like I needed energy yesterday to brainstorm stuff for this week. And I was just like, I'm slogging through DMs. Like I'm an hour in. I'm just like, I need to stop. Yeah, so it is what it is. And I apologize. If you guys have any like emergencies or you like really important questions, it's fine. But like gameplay mentality stuff is gonna have to wait. So anyway, I see you, Duck. Do you get any toxic DMs? No, actually. I've gotten a couple of toxic DMs over Discord. Like literally like 3, maybe, in like the last 3.5 years. Twitter, yeah, sure. YouTube comments, obviously, But no, actually Discord is almost never bad. Almost never bad, which is nice. Coaching subscription plan, I've thought about it, but I don't really want to do that. Because I think that people overvalue. I think coaching subscriptions are overrated, personally. I think even when the coach is good, it's like you need that personal touch, and people need individual responsibility and need to not rely off of a coaching service. That's why I also think courses are overrated as well. I think courses suck. No, that's not true. They don't suck. I think they're overrated. It would be a good business decision to have a course. I've had a lot of people try to set it up for me. Like business guys reaching out to me, project managers. You should do a course. You should do a coaching service. No. It was a monumental like pivot for me to even onboard Stefano. And it was only because I fully trusted Stefano and I wanted him to have the opportunity to coach more people. But I've seen a cute months page about you. Some say, why would you listen to someone who's barely in Masters? Yeah, I don't really care about those people, because people that are like, oh, Spilo's in Masters, they don't think critically about learning or coaching at all, and they also don't know anything about me, and so I could not possibly care less what some silver player in Facebook thinks. I mean, you guys know, anybody who's been here, I've reached Masters on every character in like 2 weeks, starting from like Diamond or Plat, whenever a new character needs to be learned. I've also reached Grandmaster from Bronze to Grandmaster. I've known the path. I know the route. If I'm going to be spending time playing the game, I'm not spending time learning, improving, coaching, or doing anything else. That's why there's a lot of Grandmaster coaches out there that suck. That's why I'm better than basically everybody else. Sorry, it's an ego moment, not because it's a magic. It's because I've worked way harder at doing that than they have. So, you can either have your Grandmaster top 500 coach that grinds all day, or you can have me. Your choice. Thank you, Juicy. If you coach Marvel Rivals, it's stopping him from coaching Overwatch, right? Yeah. I think the key thing, as we talked about earlier, is it's important as a coach that you know the process well enough that you've done it at least once to know that you can do it. And then I do think like getting really familiar with new kits is important, which is why we worked really hard the last couple of weeks on stream and off stream to get really familiar with people's kits, the micro, the tech, the positioning, the theory graph, the studying. So yeah, that surprises me about chess. I would feel like chess would be way more in the gradient of like being high rank is useful because of how slow the pace of the game is, but I believe it. These just, anyway, okay. Yes, students are allowed to ask questions in DMs. I won't be able to respond to them right away, but yes. But yeah, in terms of like buffs here, like I guess staying on topic here in terms of hotfix, I think the most impactful change might be the Emre change. I think might be, because if you're talking about like percentage points, like this is decent-ish, but like this is 10% more damage, and it changes break points. I'm pretty sure this changes break points. Can anybody confirm? He can two burst down. So yes, changes break points. Yeah, this probably in terms of win rate will have the biggest effect on stuff. That would be my prediction. So when we look at win rates in a second here, it's going to be with a massive asterisk on all, keeping in mind all of these changes as well. So, yeah, probably the biggest. Yeah, 2 to 4% would be crazy. I would say maybe like 2 or 3%, but yeah, you could be right. I honestly don't know. Mizuki's win rate falls off in higher elos because he has the ceiling there, but he doesn't get the value from it as much. Because his break points in terms of dueling are really bad. and his healing is really high, but in high ranks, people spread out more. Like Mizuki right now in terms of performance, okay, we'll go ahead and make the pivot right here. Let's download. Do I have Chrome? I do have Chrome. Stats, Overwatch. And then I think I can try to download this here. As far as Zenith in chat, it's kind of a long shot, but I figured one as well. Let's try to see if I can download this. So again, I have a potential Chrome ad extension here, which may or may not be. Yeah, this is sick. Okay, check this out, boys. Okay, so shout out to Far Zenith. Shout out to Far Zenith, who reached out to me and said, this is what we're working on. So I'll go ahead and leak the sauce here. Check this out. So map diff, I don't know if I can leak it in chat or whatever, but map diff, well, maybe I can. Let's just try. I'll link it in Twitch chat here. Sorry, YouTube. And what this does is, I'll showcase it really quick. It showcases, you can kind of see it here. Let me actually change the scene here, so I think we can get a slightly better. Let's see if we can improve that. Yeah, that should be better. And we'll zoom back just a tad. Just a teeny bit more zoomed. And what this does is you can go to a map here, and this tells you here the diminishment and the win rate. Like, look at Ilios. Ilios, tanks are pick rate, and tanks are win rate. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, I don't know exactly how this is done. Jit, thank you for the sub. What's up, Cactus? Yeah, so this is something. I offered some feedback on it, and it looks okay so far. And we can kind of peruse around on that. I don't know how much we'll use that today, but I figured it'd be kind of cool. Yeah, so kudos to Far Zenith putting in the work. Looks awesome. Let's look at win rate. So, obviously, hotfix just dropped with some pretty giga buffs to Emre, some slaps on the wrist to Vendetta, Domina. Ice Cold Beer with a sub. Congrats on the 3 months. Minor buffs for anran as well. All that sauce. So all of this is within the context of that. So that's within asterisks, and we'll try to remember that here. Things that I want to, or what I'm expecting, like to kind of look at more. Obviously, Vendetta's performance, Mizuki's performance in mid, low ranks to high ranks because of the heal output. Jetpack Cat, probably middling. Domina, probably dominating. Anran, Emre's underperformance before today. How's Sigma doing? How's EDRA? How's Zenyatta doing? How's Ana doing? That's a personal one for me. Ana's been bad for a long time. Not bad, but not great. So, yeah, all that kind of stuff here. And we're going to take a look. Now, the way that I do this, I know people are going to be like, you should do it this way. You should do it that way. There is no objective answer here. I think the subjective solution that I've always done is doing all ranks for a couple of regions and then going for Grandmaster GM. Because I want to see how the entire play base, bronze, gold, silver, platinum, diamond, is feeling with these heroes, because that matters a lot. And if you think it doesn't matter, you're a fool, because that's absolutely matters. And Blizzard thinks it matters too. And then I think Grandmaster Champion, because when you're squeezing every drop of juice out, what's feeling good? Because there's going to be a gap there. There's going to be a gap there. So we're going to do it by heroes. We're not going to do every tier. Gets a little too granular, a little bit too fatiguing here. And yeah, let's take a look at tank first. So there's the thing here. Okay, so Domina looking really good right here. I think this is the worst and best performing maps. Maybe not. Maybe not. We'll try to interpret the plugin here in a second here. But right now, 54% win rate. She's the highest performing tank in America. Doomfist as well, doing quite well. Now, Doomfist one is interesting. I honestly don't really know how to interpret it. It could just be that the context of the other tanks have received nerfs and he is not. His pick rate isn't like amazingly high, so I wouldn't read too much about it. It could be his matchups. Yeah, it could just be the new passive too. I think that you're even looking at like Winston's win rate right now. I think this has gone up by a little bit since the recent patch as well. So I think maybe there's something there. Heck, maybe even Ball. Ball's definitely on the uprise a little bit as well. So yeah, I mean, 75 healing adds up. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe because it's healing and not passive healing, I think it's also ult charge. Am I correct? Is it ult charge as well? And then also in terms of having, you can talk about like which of these guys are benefiting from having the DPS passive. Doomfist goes in your backline. That passive definitely adds up for breakpoints and stuff. It is not ult charge. Are you sure? Good to know, but I would like to test that one here because I'm seeing mixed answers here. I generally will trust Saralee. Saralee is always on the cutting edge, but that would be great to test. You should be able to tell. 75 healing should be a couple points of ult charge there, so you should see if it happens. But yeah, long story short, whether it gives ult charge or not, it's good. I think that that's probably why we're seeing characters like Winston and so on do relatively well. It might also be that their matchups versus the more dominant tank are good. So if you look at like the pick rates here, you've got Ryan, you've got Domina, and you've got Sigma. I think Doomfist has pretty favorable matchups versus those characters. He can either avoid them or he can punish them. He can just angle around them till the cows come home. And so we're not seeing as much Diva. We're not seeing as much Orisa. We're not even seeing as much Queen, Malga, Orisa, whatever you want to say. So maybe there's more favorable matchups. Probably more contextual. There's nothing here that really scares me, with the exception of keep an eye on how that dive passive plays out. And Domina probably needed a slap on the wrist, and she got it. Now, is that going to shift her win rate down from 54%? Probably not. Let's keep kind of perusing around here. Again, Domina, Doomfist near the top, Wrecking Ball. It's almost the exact same ordering. America and Europe are usually pretty close. But if we go to Asia, still the same thing, right? Winston, obviously, very, very Asia-pilled. And he's doing a lot better, too. So no big surprises here. Pretty much what we'd expect. We'll talk more about why I think Domina's performing maybe later in the week. But I think for right now, she has a lot of strengths. Shield's very strong. Her damage output is very strong. Her kit, very strong. She has very clear weaknesses, which I talked a lot about during my initial hero release. But I think pretty much immediately on play testing her at Spotlight, I was like, this is going to be either the strongest character win rate-wise or the second strongest character win rate-wise behind Mizuki. And that's kind of what we're seeing here. Yeah, she has definitely major drawbacks, which from a design perspective, we can maybe talk about later today, actually. I said later in the week, but maybe actually later today. But yeah. But this is not oppressive. Where can I see all this information? Overwatch Hero Stats. Google it. And then in terms of the plugin that we're using, what is it called? Look up map diff Overwatch, I guess. I'm not really sure. Some guy just put it out there now, so. But yeah, this is okay. Like this, I'm going to go ahead and say it really quick right now before I forget later. I want to applaud the developers on whether you think about like the how strong or the design or the Domina has too much shielding, which I don't like, or Jetpack Cat or whatever. Like win rate wise, I think this has been like a pretty good release. Like all 5 characters have not been like, with the exception of Domina initially on release where she had that broken, she was getting ult charge from her healing. And she was getting charge or healing charge from shields. That was clearly broken and was hotfixed almost immediately. That was like, if that doesn't get fixed, I think this is going to be 56, 57, 58 even. But it was changed immediately. And I think like having 5 heroes all at once, from a win rate perspective, we don't have a vendetta all over again, really. You know? Yes, I did see the Domina damage bug and I did report it. I reported the Domina damage bug against Armor and Bruisers, yes. I did report it. So, yeah, I mean, we don't have a Life Weaver, right? We don't have a Vendetta. We don't even have a Wuying. Like, Wuying was way stronger in release than any of these characters were. So, yeah, whether you think they're fun or not, whether you like the design or not, from a balance perspective alone, it's a pretty good job. So, that's cool. Love that. What about people banning the cat? Well, I've talked about this already, but nobody wanted to listen. You guys listen. You guys are sweet. But people were like, oh, we need to be balancing people. Like ban rate and performance are not necessarily correlated, and the correlation gets weaker the lower in rank that you go. So this is my point. Ban rate and performance are not correlated 1-to-1. There is some correlation there, obviously, but it is not correlated. And people that say otherwise are morons, right? There is a correlation, but to say it's the most important thing is stupid. That's why Jetpack Cat isn't the most dominant support in the game. But Ban rate should not influence balance changes completely. Ban rate should more importantly influence design decisions. That's the important thing. You can then say they can influence both, and I'd agree with that. But yeah. Okay, so for damage, oh yeah, we should look at high rank here really fast. My bad. Domina obviously dominating. There's a reason why we waited 2 weeks to do this, by the way. I really wanted to like give us more sample size, especially. Domina's doing great. Winston also doing great in America, which is so nice to see. This looks to me like a pretty healthy breakdown. I think this looks good. Ram at the bottom, Orisa, Roadhog. Hazard, poor Hazard. He's a difficult spot. We won't worry about him too much. Zaria's dropped down a lot. I mean, this is a massive nerf to Zarya. So big stuff to her. Really her early spike early on. So even though that major perk is kind of cancer, getting to it takes way too long. And so that's good as well. Yeah, this looks okay. And Diva obviously just being obnoxious. Yeah, she's still probably pretty strong with the higher ranks, but this is a massive, massive drop. Massive drop. Domina's definitely a little bit oppressive. But I think also as well, the fact that the character that's right behind Domina is Winston, who has a very good matchup versus her, is pretty encouraging here. Diva's still dominant in Asia. Hard to say. It could be contextual. I'm not sure. But with the exception of maybe Diva being here, this is like okay-ish. And Diva's dominating in Europe, but who knows? Keep an eye on this one. Keep an eye on Diva still. Keep an eye on Diva. Okay, we'll keep moving. How does ban rate calculate into pick rate? They just get picked less often. So if you look at like pick rate right now, 19.5%, I promise you that would be higher if Dominant wasn't banned every game or in a lot of games. Yeah, and you can even see it with like damage here. Like, look at the pick rate here. Vendetta is like she's where is Vendetta? Oh, 6%, right? It's because she's banned basically every game. Okay. That 6% is TVNT alone. True. Okay, we're looking at Europe here. Global damage. Vendetta obviously very strong. Pharah very strong. She continues to be good. I think Pharah's major perk, people are just not talking. I think Pharah's major perk is actually insane. Like actually one of the strongest new major perks in the game. I'm quite convinced of it. But people don't really play Pharah a whole lot because she's a bit of a niche character and she's harder to play than you think. So this might be a situation where people just don't play Pharah and then one day Vendetta falls out of meta and then all of a sudden we like wake up and we're like, oh, we're going to play Pharah and realize that this major perk is broken. This has already happened once with Pharah, where she got her initial rework and had like a ridiculous performance and nobody was playing her. And then all of a sudden, literally 6 months later, the OWCS players were like, oh, this character's broken. And then her pick rate and win rate skyrocketed. I think Pharah's probably at that point right now. She's just a character that isn't super popular, even though I think she's pretty fun in her rework. And I'm waiting to see until people figure out that major perk is broken. She's been an insane assassin character for a long time. She's just a little bit harder to play. Which perk? I'm not going to tell you. Community service, man. Venture, same. Venture's always going to perform pretty well. This is fine. This is fine. With the exception of Vendetta, I don't see any major frauds here. Tracer is no longer completely in the dumpster. This is like a noticeable improvement for all ranks here. This is a noticeable. I want to say it's at least a percentage higher since the change, but I might be wrong with that. We know Emre, I think, is going to skyrocket after today's patch, and I think Anran's going to do a little bit better as well. This is all ranks. Keep that in mind. So we're not going to go too much into it. America? Yep, same thing. Vendetta Genji's definitely performing a bit better. Nothing crazy. Again, Anran's going to jump. Tracer's doing fine. A flat 50% is cool. Emre's near the bottom. And we'll keep going from there. Okay. Yeah, we looked at the patch notes earlier. Like 25 minutes ago. And then again, Asia, Vendetta, Symmetra. There's nothing. They're either the broken characters or the OTP characters that are actually still pretty decent here. Basically, Sim, Pharah, Venture are like the three characters I think of when I think of characters that are actually pretty consistently good if you know how to play them. Tracer's good. It's fine. Emre, Anran, yep, all good. Okay, let's look at the GM. We'll stay with Asia here really fast. Smaller sample size, obviously these higher ranks. Tracer's doing much better in Grandmaster. Love to see it. I'm glad to see her competing near the top. Vendetta, massive ban rate. Ashe, Pharah, Tracer, all good. Again, no surprises here. Sojourn doing surprisingly well in Grandmaster, but it's a character that definitely scales with skill for sure, to an extent. And also more heavy dive meta gives Sojourn, I think Sojourn will do probably a little bit worse in non-dive metas. or dive regions, sorry. This is Europe. Semfara, again, the usual suspects. Tracer, again, doing much better. Win rates will always be higher in higher ranks. Just keep that in mind. Anran is trash in higher ranks in Asia. Let's actually check that, or in Europe, sorry. I wonder if that's the case in Asia as well. Yeah, she's pretty bad. She's pretty bad. I think Anran's matchups, skill-wise, ironically, skills pretty badly. Because if you get marked on angles, you just die. Like, think about it this way. I don't know if you guys are watching that one, I think it was a pickup game, like Ike or something. It was like a Masters lobby in Patreon, right? And it was like Kiri, Lucio, Winston, Tracer kind of stuff. It was miserable. It was miserable. Now, this was prior to a couple of recent buffs, sure. But it feels like Anran does very well. It's a little like Genji. Where I do very well versus squishy matchups with not very mobile characters if I can stage. But if I can't stage, I'm fricked. Like, I am in serious trouble. I don't beat Tracers. I don't beat Sombras. I think the only staging character I can beat is Genji, right? And she's just trash. So it's very concerning to me to see a high skill ceiling on paper character, at least that was the intention, I think, perform so poorly. I think her reliance, she gets fricked by health packs. She has a really bad matchup versus some of the divier characters. Yeah. And this is why I was so critical of her mobility, because that's what's going to scale well as you get better at the game, not just damage output alone. She's way too reliant on using her mobility to stage and then doesn't have that mobility to use. The mobility is slow. The mobility is clunky. Her damage output is inconsistent. And she struggles with a lot of matchups as well. So we're not going to talk about it until later today, but we will talk about it later today because this character can feel very, very hard and very bad. So ignore the Sombra pick rate. This character is so like 1.8%. Like for context, this is like 4.5 of Sombra's pick rate equals Anran's pick rate, right? So this could be just a couple of bad Sombra swaps. And this is in Grandmaster Champion. This is a tiny sample size. Like, I don't know the number of games, but this is a very small number of games. So, yeah. So, yeah, it is what it is. Anran's struggling a little bit, for sure. At least at the highest ranks. This is why people say that just buff her damage. I think you gotta be really careful because she's not trash everywhere. It's not trash everywhere. She's fine. She's got that Genji effect where it's like a character that does well until he plays versus dive and sometimes struggles a bit. So, okay. Support. Let's go all tiers here. Mizuki is just amazing. Mizuki's amazing. Healing is too strong, man. Healing is too strong. I want to tell you, like, this is what we talked about. People were like swearing up and down that Mizuki's bad. This was who I predicted would have the highest win rate after release. And the reason why I predicted this is because and over Domina is because I did not realize how much they had overtuned Domina's numbers. And also I did not understand that she got ult charge from healing. I did not know that. And then that gets removed like 2 seconds later. So with where I thought they would be, Mizuki is by far the strongest, I think, performing character right now. And it's from healing. And I also think that people undervalue his ability to take duels. It's not trash. He's not near as trash as people say. He doesn't win right away. But having your heal passive kick in when you press shift, the movement speed, undervalue. People always undervalue speed, whether it's for yourself or for somebody else. The root is very powerful in 1v1s. He has his own healing aura, which it's not very strong, but it's consistent. He's just good. And the AoE healing, he has got great range on his heal. It's good. So where the problems come in, we'll talk about it in a little bit, is where his win rate falls off in higher ranks, where the healing output isn't enough. And people spread, people take angles more. So even though he's not bad at taking duels, he's not going to be as good as certain other characters. So his value scales more from his healing right now than it does from his dueling and ability to take angles right now. So that will fall off a little bit. Jetpack Cat's doing well. Very, very well. She got some nerfs today. We'll see. Now, also keep in mind that I think this win rate might be a teeny tiny bit inflated by pick rate and ban rate. because you're going to have more dedicated players trying to play her more often than not. So the smaller this pick rate, the more volatile this win rate is going to be. Whereas this is very, very powerful. This is a plugin. I need to set up a command for that. These are off of maps. Zen EDR is still very good. Lucio is still fine. And there's Bap. And Kiriko. Womp womp. I'll share the thing in a second here. The plugin. Mizuki's good. EDR is still good. Zenyatta is good. Fine. And then Jetpack has the highest win rate in Europe by a tiny bit, but Mizuki's also doing well too. Europe. EDRA, Jetpack Cat drops a lot. Mizuki is going to be in the gutter, most likely, or close to it. Yeah, he's not great. Not great. Still love the brain slap with Kiriko. 46% pick rate and 4th from the bottom. Ana is struggling. That's depressing. I honestly think that one of the quietest problems that we have with support right now is how bad Ana has been for this long. Like, it is concerning to me to see Ana's one of the highest skill ceiling characters in the game go from having a 47.5 win rate and go to 47.1. Her win rate goes up by 0.4 when factoring in for Grandmaster Champion. And her pick rate is high, all things considered. Second highest pick rate. No, I did not say her skill floor is low, Sarah. You're literally making that up. Major problem. I understand that problems with nade and sleep, but choose your poison, and I think 14-second cooldown on nade is just ridiculous. Her cooldown cycle is so unbelievably glacial. It's 14-second nade, y'all. It's 14-second nade, man. 14-second nade. It is just unbelievably difficult to get with that. So I'm an Ana simp. I think the game is a lot more fun when Ana is healthy, when Lucio is good. I know that there's some nuance there with nade, obviously, but I just think that like the fact that we have to have that conversation when EDRA and Discord is way higher. I mean, come on, man. It's really concerning. That's also part of the reason that contributes to the Kiriko Lucio slap here in pro play on even like really good dive maps. Like Ana is just not relevant. She's just not good enough. Just not good enough. Way too long of a cycle, and it's been that way for a year at least, maybe more. It's been a long time. And you could say, oh, but Asia, bro, Asia, her pick rate is 44%. People are insane with Ana in higher ranks in Asia. She's almost always been the highest performing support in Asia and Grandmaster Champion. And she's behind EDRA by 3.5%. I would bet you that this is an unbelievably low win performance for Ana in Asia and Grandmaster Champion. I think her average performance in Asia for years has been like 54%, maybe even higher. So yeah. All right, America. We're still kind of cruising through here. Again, EDR Lucius and nothing super crazy. But yeah, again, Ana's like very, very, very low. So yeah, Ana's swings very heavy based off of the maps for sure. Well, the reason that she swings heavily based off the maps, I'm convinced, is because of how much value can you get out of your gun. Because one of the underrated aspects of nade... Okay, let me ask you guys a question. Why is nade so important on a map like Esperanza? Why is nade so important on a map like Atlas or Samoa? You guys tell me. You guys tell me. Think about it. Mobility is sustain. Sustain is mobility. So if you're required to move around a lot, you're going to wish that you had nade. Basically. So if you're forced to, if you can just sit in the back and use your gun and you're not under a lot of pressure, aka Havana, Junkertown, Paraíso, then you're not only going to be able to use your cooldowns aggressively more often, but you're also going to get more value out of your weapon. When you're forced to move, not only are you slow, which we could have that conversation maybe, although I really wouldn't give her a mobility cooldown, but you're also put in situations where if I have to nade myself, I now have to wait 14 seconds before I get value again. So, yeah, and they've also changed. You've lost the support passive, which really hurts characters like Ana that don't have a self heal. And this is also after they've nerfed the global heal passive as a whole. So I do hope that they kind of revisit the global heal passive with like the cast now that they've taken away the support passive, because characters like Ana rely on that heal passive a lot. I think Mercy as well also relies on that one a lot, and also characters like Brigitte rely on that one a lot. So like Brigitte, well, no, Brigitte has the movement cooldown one. Am I correct, chat? Can you bash to reset the heal passive? Yeah, so like the characters that don't have it, like Ana Mercy, I feel like struggle bus a little bit. Like if you're actively pocketing somebody with Mercy, you're fine. But like if you get poked around a corner, you have to sit there for like 7 seconds and you just sit there. Oh, Mercy kept hers, but she's nerfed by 0.5? Okay, well that's not as bad. But yeah, man, you might be right. Ana might be fricked here. Because she does not have a self-heal with the exception of Nade. Anyway. Overall, pretty good start of the season. Obviously, the Vendetta things that we've talked about today, and she got slammed in the patch today. Well, a little bit. She got slapped again. So, yeah, we'll see. There's a whole discussion to be had today about, like, I guess not today, but just globally, like, about the global DPS passive, the removal of the support heal passive, and how that's quietly changed things. I was thinking about that today I was coaching some Grandmaster Lucy today, and I was like, man, Amp's heal is just actively horrible right now. Like, Amp speed was almost always better before. But, like, Amp heal is, like, actively, like, almost always bad now. Like, there's, like, basically just speed. Because cover is the only thing that matters right now. Mid-fight sustain is... Now, I'm not necessarily being critical, but it definitely makes you rethink about a lot of things. I'm not looking at map win rates too much on GM Champion because you talk about an already small sample size and you narrow that down even further. I think that you could literally have like a half a dozen performances from a really good player massively swing the map win rate. So if we're going to look at map win rate, I do think that we have to look at the global. Otherwise, it's too volatile. But that might be fine. Like if we look at like support right now, I'm looking to trying to see if there's any like major outliers here. Like obviously they're all pretty predictable here. Oh, so yeah, plugging really fast here. The thing I'm looking at is again map diff Chrome Web Store in the Chrome Web Store. Map diff. Yeah, Lucio Ilios up 5%. At this point, pin a link in chat. True. I'll do that really fast. It's pinned in Twitch chat. How do I pin this? I don't know how to pin. Can a mod pin that? I can't pin it on my end. Is there anybody here? Bueller? I have no mods, dude. Frick. Oh, well, there it is in Twitch chat. There's your chance. Pharah's win rate goes up 5% on Lijiang. Dude, Widowmaker's win rate goes down 9% on Atlas. 9%. 9.2%. New Junk City 8.5, Oasis 8.4. That's comedy right there. I actually think Symmetra's not that bad in Numbani. I think some players maybe just aren't brainiac enough. You know? What might be really fun here, I bet if we sifted through the numbers, we could see pick rates plummet on a map that's actually good for the character. That might be kind of fun. Probably take too long for today, but... Colosseo for Wrecking Ball, sure. New Junk City is amazing for Junker Queen. That's fitting. King's Row, Struggle Bus for Winston at times. Circuit Royale is a 5% increase for Sigma. 6% for Atlas on Malga. I knew it. You guys, listen, that's partly me. You guys saw that one Atlas game. We literally spawn camped them. Ay. I'm helping. Doom Suffering and Koth is surprising. I don't know. Just he gets surrounded a little bit, you know? He's a very flexible tank. And so tanks that are a little bit stronger in Koth, like he's not necessarily bad on Koth, but if other tanks are better in Koth, Doomfist is like the most flexible map tank, I think. I've talked about this before, but I think he's the most flexible map tank. Like there isn't like any bad Doomfist maps. So him struggling in Koth is more likely that he's proportionately struggling because you've got tanks like, you know, Queen who are going to do better on Koth, or even like Hazard or Malga or Wrecking Ball or whatever else, even Rhine, right? So, yeah, Doom and Diva very flexible. But yeah, nothing super major. Okay. Oh my gosh. All right, I want to talk about like maybe some adjustments for characters today. So I want to do some brainstorming. Who should we start with? Who do you guys want to start with? What new hero? I'll do a poll. What hero brainstorm? Mizuki, Jetpack Cat, Anran, Domina, Emre. Okay, figure it out. I'll let you guys pick for the first couple at least. And basically what I'd like to do is like kind of think through the character's kit. Are we happy with the way this feels, with that feels? What are y'all's ideas for this? What are ideas for that? I'm not going to do a full Discord. I was thinking about like pinging my Discord, but screw that. That's going to have 5,000 walls of text. What I think we've never had to do in this meta because his value ceiling tanks. He just gets countered by literally every off-angle character in the game, basically. And we may or may not spend a lot of time with every character. Some discussions I could see lasting 30, 45 minutes. Other ones I could see lasting like 15, 20, you know, just quick. Yeah, Spinal Cord people will go crazy. People will write walls of text and then I'll skim over them and I'll feel guilty. Because either I'll disagree with their points like almost immediately and go like, oh gosh, I'm not liking where this is going, or I just literally don't have time. The map stats on the UI? Yeah. Last time I'm going to link this, though. Last time. No more. Mizuki. Okay, we can do Mizuki first. So the reason why I did this in the order that I did is because I would like to look at, like, kind of theory craft to discuss, like, why characters are performing better in high ranks and worse in low ranks, and try to think a little bit, give some more direction with what we're doing. You have to be careful with that, as stats don't tell you everything, of course. But I do think that especially with Mizuki's pick rates and win rates as extreme as they have been relatively so, we can kind of make some educated guesses, right? Like, love you. And the funny thing about that is we're not even necessarily relying off of, like, I'll tell you guys this. Like, I play tested Mizuki at Spotlight one game off of stream. I didn't get a single game on stream. And I was like, it was King's Row. And in one attack, where I was basically off-angle maxing, I had 10,000 healing in one attack. It's like a 9-minute, 8-minute push. 10,000 healing. And I was just, like you guys know me. You guys know us play support. We were destroying. And I was like, oh. Okay, that's... Let me change this stream title really quick. Fixing the new heroes. So it's like, that's a lot of stats. Now, the reason why those stats matter is because a lot of sustaining situations when you're not. It also means that you're building ult charge a lot, which was definitely palpable. Like, I was building ult way faster, even though the ult wasn't that strong. How much damage did I have? I don't remember. He's not a very high damage outputting character. But I was taking a lot of duels, winning a lot of duels, forcing a lot of resources, etc., etc. And so I think like with Mizuki, we're going to have to kind of start with, let's get my notepad up here. Mizuki fixing. I think this is what we need to do here. Okay. So let's get my notepad here. Okay. Mizuki. I think we need investigate, utility, consistency, investigate that ult, probably reduce his healing. This is where I'm thinking. This is, I think, where we start. I don't know what you all think, but that's kind of what I'm feeling in terms of where we go. Because I think we want to nerf his performance in mid to low ranks by a little bit. By a little bit. I don't think we need to slam him. 54% is not that bad. I think AoE heal is the way to go, but I think we could probably do a little bit of both. I think we could do a little bit of both. Let me turn this down because this is kind of annoying. So I'm not really sure. So things that I don't want to do. Okay, let me kind of go down the list of things that I don't want to do. I don't necessarily want to increase this timer here. And if we do, it needs to be by a little tiny bit. People really just want another mobility cooldown that just basically has very little downsides. And I think the fact that you actually are on a timer and there's a bit of urgency with what you do adds excitement to the character and means that you actually have to be aware of it. There is no such thing as dark mode on Notepad with Windows 10. Sorry, guys. I've looked it up. Basically, I would have to get an entirely new app. I remember I spent a whole hour on stream and everyone's gaslighting me. It's so easy. It's not. So yeah, you guys have to deal with it. I like being on the timer. Maybe it could be 6 seconds. Maybe it could be 5.5. I don't really know. I don't really think that the speed is, that the timer is an issue necessarily. It's fine. You have to think about it. We like that. Second thing, I do not want more range in his damage. This is more than enough. More than enough. 30 meters is fine. People want this character to be another Ana Zenyatta thing. That is the absolute opposite direction that we should go because we don't need any more bloat in the poke center. We don't need Cassidy to be 225 with a sniper rifle. We don't need Brigitte with 5 whip shots that travel 50 meters. We need a character that is okay with getting up close. That is what he was designed to do, and that is what we're going to keep him doing. And limiting his range is the #1 aspect that does that. And that also includes his root. Keep it there. I do not think that we need major buffs to his healing ult sustain. I think the ult is fine. It's not rivals. It does fine. I think leave it as is. Leave it as is. So here's what I would start with. Okay, I would start with this. I think from the get-go, I would reduce his remedy aura. You guys can see that just barely here. 20 healing per second. I think the ceiling of that remedy aura needs to drop down. So I would drop remedy aura from 20 per second to around 16, or even just have it the same as his self aura. This way that you're rewarded for stacking with a teammate. It still works, but you're not rewarded for stacking with more and more and more teammates. Eventually you get kind of diminishing returns, especially with the DPS passive. It's also not something that you actively participate in, because I think well, this is just like me cooking a little bit here, but I think the weakest part of Mizuki is his aura management, because it's just kind of accidental value. You get what I'm saying? Now, the question here, let's see if we could push you guys here. Maybe nerf aura healing. Is there a way where we could play more into his aura? Yes, 20 healing per second is his max multiplier. Yes. You go from 5 times 4 with a maximum multiplier to 20. And he gets a weaker version of that with 3.5 times 4 for his self aura. Is there a better way to utilize this? Can we... The Ralph support Somber thing, I don't. Where she had the healing aura that decreases more people entered it. Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. Good idea. Like, yeah, maybe aura amount reduces the number of people inside of it. Hmm. Oh, yeah, change challenge theme, sorry. Sorry. Well, no, the point is that like think about it this way. Aura with especially with 20 healing per second minus the heal passive, okay? Come on. This should never feel okay. Like there's two ways of looking at it. The way that we either need to make the aura needs to there's no thought with what you do with aura right now. Okay, let me just start with that. There's no thought with how you do with aura. Okay, you understand what I'm saying? It just happens. You do more damage. You just do the things you normally do, and your aura goes up. By making it have where the more people you have it, the less healing that you do, your aura still is incidental, but you actively have to think about, I am technically losing value here the more and more people angle with or group with me. And so saying, oh, but somebody could die because somebody comes into the aura. If you're losing 3 healing per second because somebody goes into your aura, I think they're going to die anyway. That would never happen. And if it's one of 1,000 fights, you know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? And if we're talking about your aura is reduced the number of people walk inside of it, if that scales from like, let's say it's 25 healing per second for 1, 22 for 2, or 20, and then that scales all the way down to like 12 or 10. What would happen is you would get more healing. Listen carefully. You would get more healing if you had 4 people in your aura. You would have more total healing. You understand? But if you go with 1 person, then that healing is overall mathematically, arithmetically, additionally weaker, but it is stronger for that 1 person. Do you kind of see what I'm saying? And frankly, guys, I understand the concerns about complexity creep and like, oh, is it too much to consider? But this is our opportunity to actually have a bit of a high skill ceiling support. Bro, I'm going to take this and run with it. I wasn't doing this with Juno. I wasn't doing this with Moira or Mercy, whatever. But bro, like, come on, guys. We don't get this very often. We actually have an opportunity for a character that seems to be intended to be relatively complex. It's still kind of incidental, though. I wouldn't be using it incidentally. Like, this is the problem, right? We have a character, listen carefully, we have a character that doesn't scale well in higher ranks. That's the whole purpose, right? Is we want a character that if you put the thought into it, you get something out of it. If you go, man, when do I stack with my team for maximum heal aura versus when do I angle and press for the solo heal there? Is aura was a resource? I think my only problem with a lot of these things about adding too much complexity with aura is that you don't really have another button to press. Like, it would be too many buttons. Like, you already have 4 buttons: primary fire, alt fire, E, shift, and your Q. That's probably enough buttons to press. Doesn't mean you can't think about some of those things more, but there's probably enough buttons to press. Feels a bit contrived. Reducing the healing in general wouldn't take away what... Reducing the healing in general wouldn't take away what make healing... When peeling with a flanker, I'm not sure. I don't understand what you're saying there. Okay. I'm going to go and say it really quick here. Really quick, okay? Because many of you guys have not checked win rates, have not checked stats, and are not as familiar with this character's performance, I hope this doesn't come across as rude. I'm seeing a lot of comments right now from people that don't understand how this character works, don't know how good this character is, and are not familiar with the character as a whole. So the reason why I'm saying that is because I'm going to ignore a lot of comments because those comments just don't fundamentally understand the character. And so if I overskip your question, if I ignore what you're saying, I apologize in advance. Because there's a lot of people that are like, no, this character's bad. What are you talking about? Or this character, or like his healing is bad. What do you, no, it's not. It's, trust me, it's not. So I'm not saying that anyone's stupid or anything. It's just this is my job, and that this is also the character's been out for 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks. So if I don't explain or every single little bit of nuance here, I apologize in advance. I just don't want anyone to feel like that they're being ignored. So I apologize. Yeah. But if you're saying things like this character's bad, this character doesn't need buffs in high ranks, or this character doesn't need nerfs in low ranks, or why are we nerfing his healing, or whatever else, that we're going to ignore that. And also one other thing is we are going at this with it not necessarily adding more buttons, but keep pushing this character to be a high skill ceiling character, more so than probably any other character on this list, with the exception of probably Anran. Anran's up there too. So just a fair warning. Yes, higher elo performance because this is what the character was intended to do. And it's also where he's currently underperforming, given the context, in the same way that Anran's doing the same. And yes, agreed, Carter. I've continually had to have disagreements with people. It's the classic support problem that we've had with Juno. We had even with Kiriko. Still have with Kiriko. You guys wouldn't believe it, but I had this conversation with Idiari as well. And I had this problem with Wu Yang. Every single new support character, everybody always overvalues heal botting and fail to understand how to use his kit in a reasonable, measured, aggressive manner. And so then this happens literally, this has happened 5 times in the past 2 years. So I'm going to have to ignore those comments. Trust me on this one. You cannot just heal bot with Mizuki and get value. Now you can in low ranks because that's what all supports do. But if you heal bot, you don't, like as I already mentioned earlier, you can take angles with Mizuki and still output more healing than probably every other support in the cast right now. Literally, you can off-angle with Mizuki, not flank, just off-angle, and do more healing than the entire healing roster right now. And low-rank support play is plagued with heal botting, so characters that incidentally do more with heal botting generally do better. So, I like the idea from Sarah I like the idea of having, if it can be communicated well, I would like the idea of the aura decaying the more people that are in your aura, which forces you, even though the aura is still passive value, it still forces you to think more about situations when I want to take a softer angle and get 2 or 3 people in my aura because it's still more healing, or situations when I want a solo lane where I actually don't get, I get only one person, but that one person gets a better heal pocket. Unintuitive, not that good? Possibly. But I don't think that there's not an immediate, obvious other way to improve the aura. You have to be super dangerous, careful with AoE heal right now. And Mizuki's overperformance is through his hat bouncing, which I think is fun and probably not going to go away, and or his aura heal. To position the aura, no, he doesn't need to be mobile enough to position the aura for full. You guys are thinking way too much like Lucio. Brigitte is also not super mobile, and she does fine controlling soft off angles. Mizuki is more mobile generally than Brigitte with shift. A little bit more mobile. I mean, it's close, but yeah.
I'm out of there.
You can just shrink it. I would rather lean into something that makes you think a little bit more about what you're doing, especially with this character. But Brig has a flat heal amount. That doesn't have anything to do with that. If anything, the fact that you can move around more, the heal amount fluctuates. I mean, the heal amount fluctuating is whatever. Like, it doesn't add all that much. So.
We'll see how this goes.
What if the aura healing was reduced a lot and the multiplier requires higher APM to... That's a good idea, yeah. So you're saying, okay, leave the aura as is, and the thinking comes more into actually managing the aura. That's probably the best other solution that I've seen so far. Right? Like, how do you manage the aura actually? Right? My problem with APM as a concept is that if those decisions aren't meaningful, it can bait you into busy work. And I think that it can be very difficult to balance in Overwatch. So what would you classify as actions, right? Do you really just want to use your root just to get it on cooldown to do that as an APM, right? That you can already tell what that encourages. Spamming damage, you're probably doing that anyway. Spamming your heals, you're probably doing that anyway. Like, the way that his kit works, and maybe this is something that we could look at later, is if there isn't a way, if you're not, the aura management is really not an important part of his kit. And so I'm wondering if it's even feasible to find more ways to manage it. If you see what I'm saying? Like, how would you increase his APM? His hat throw could be charged up with aura, which increases its healing output. So you're saying the more APM your hat kind of scales? Yeah, I mean, it's different. So I will take a note of that. Or have aura management be more thoughtful, meaningful. So yeah, I'm kind of a cop out here, but I'm not really sure how you would make his hat a skill shot and give it a heal boost. I mean, maybe. Yeah, you guys are cooking, maybe. Maybe charging up your hat drains your You're all right. Charged abilities, hat that drain your aura. Because I was thinking, how can you have aura management? It's not going to be through APM, at least not in its current state. So you'd have to go back and look at his abilities and think about what are you actually doing. I don't think it can be with root. I think root is already incredibly nuanced and important. I don't think it should be through shift either, because that's also your mobility. Although we could maybe do something with that. Like, I'm not poo-pooing that entirely. It really does feel like hat has to be where we would look at it, right? Because hat is by far the most brainless ability that he has, by far. And so if there was a way to where, like, it doesn't necessarily need to be a charged hat. Let's just think about, like, is there a way to consume your aura for a bonus? What if he could climb, but only during his doll ability? It's an interesting idea. A tuning multiplier into a resource you charge and spend? Maybe. I don't think it would necessarily need to, like, I don't think his aura would need to. So you know how, like, how Vendetta, like, just gets better movement speed, better this, like, and like, it kind of affects her animation speed with everything? That's not what I'm asking here. It might be that aura only has impact on his aura, or his multiplier, sorry. Multiplier only has impact on his aura and his heal hat. You get what I'm saying? So, like, it wouldn't be, like, impact everything. It would be like you choose one ability that changes how you'd use your aura. Hat charge makes him less spammy. Turn the aura into a resource rather than just a meter you build. So hang on. So then we need to think about this then. What if what if
I'm all about it.
what if ignore aura for just a second. You charge up your hat by holding it down, and within like a period of time, 1.5 seconds, that increases the number of bounces. Otherwise, it just goes to the target and back. I see what you're saying, Gecko, but that there's the opportunity cost of doing functional damage. And your aura multiplier, your aura increases the amount that heal does, but consumes your aura by one multiplier. So if you just spam your hats, your healing output, you're not really rewarded for that because you're going to keep your multiplier for your hats and your multiplier for your healing low. Yes, every balance is... No, not every balance, but maybe every use of the cooldown. So in other words, here's what you do. 1.0. I throw a hat, I stay at 1.0, it bounces once, it comes back to me. I charge it. I charge up my aura. Now it's 2. Now I throw my hat, and I tap it. Still only bounces once. But it consumes to 1.4. But it heals for 20 more for me and the target. And then if I get more damage, and I go all the way up to, 3 here, or 4, let's just say 3, I can get 1 down to 2, 2 down to 1. It does not build aura on its healing. Hat does not build aura at all. Only your root and only your damage. And your ult. Wait, what else? What else builds remedy aura? Am I stupid? You're healing from your ult. Yeah, hat does build aura right now, yes.
You trying to get yourself killed?
No, hat would have a cooldown for sure, but I think it'd probably be like what it is right now, because I think it's pretty fast right now. We're definitely going into the cooking pretty deep territory here, but I don't mind, it's fun. What we'll probably do here is we'll have like minor ideas and then like major ideas. Thank you, Gregor. Just wait for later, Sai. The question is like, isn't this just like a net nerf? Maybe. But I'm telling you, if we can shift less of his value into just AFK heal spamming with his hats, then we open up a lot of power budget into other things. Yeah, hat healing does increase aura healing. I think that's part of the problem, though, is that basically one thing leads to another, and it just big permanent heal aura the entire time. Wouldn't that allow him to have more focused burst healing? Like, yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. So it's important to choose when you do it.
Get yourself killed.
I think his aura needs the most attention. His heal hat needs the most attention. So
Sometimes.
hat increases and bounces the more you charge, up to 3 or whatever. Consumes aura resource for 1 multiplier per hat, unrelated to charge, for higher heal on bounces. Initial. Yeah, I think we call it here. Okay. So then what else do we do? We could do this, or we could do this, or we could do both. we could do both of these things. And then what do you guys think about I mean double-sided ult, sure. John P. Baby, thank you for the sub. What do you guys think about this? So then how do we give him more value?
Couldn't stomach that.
Okay. Bear with me. Bear with me.
Had enough yet?
Bear with me. Is it really stupid to say that, like, if I don't take my shift back, I'm like trying to look for power budget that could be more thoughtful and that you can like brain. Is it stupid to say that if I don't take my doll, I can detonate? It detonates for a small amount of damage. Am I is that stupid? Like you could do some really fun things. I don't know. Is that dumb? I don't.
Could get used to this feeling.
It's dumb. Okay. I don't know, guys. It would be funny. I'm just trying to think, like, what else would you do? Like, I don't think you should buff root. I don't think. And I'm like, do you buff his damage? I don't know if you buff his damage. No? Maybe shift duration by a little bit. I don't think you want to buff his projectile speed. I think it's pretty fast as it is for his... Doll makes a copy of his aura that he leaves behind. Oh, frick. That's actually pretty cool. Doll leaves aura behind. That's interesting. That's kind of cool. So you're definitely not just thinking about like where I'm leaving my doll for safety, but also like I can drop off a buff here. Yeah, as long as they don't overlap. Yeah, or they stack. As long as they don't stack. Because then you could just like shift and stand still and you'd have double heal aura. I will say I really do like the quick step, the movement speed. Maybe that'd be too strong base kit, but that would be really fun. Even if it was only like 10-15% or something like that. That is really fun. I really like that a lot. I've got a lot of mileage out of that in quick play with playing with tech and stuff, playing with friends. Like, I actually think I actually clutched it. Let me see if I can find the code here. It was an Ike game. Dude, I was pounding on Mizuki that game. I do like movement speed, but also, like, I like having creative movement speed. So, like, an aura movement speed like Lucio, but way, way more compressed. And also not very strong. Dude, I disengaged my Rhine out of a nano Rhine situation, I'm pretty sure, with that. It was sick. I felt super smart, you know? Feels great to make those decisions. Maybe make his aura only charge with dollar. Maybe make his aura charge faster off of your shift? I don't know. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Mockel Berthold. Yeah. I was thinking about the bounce stuff as well, because it's another aspect of his kit, but I think that might just get broken. Okay. Let's not spend way too much time on this. Let's at least let's spitball some ideas, and then we can come back later. Because the characters, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I do agree. Just animation cancels in general could feel a lot more fluid, sorry, in general. Extend primary fire range by percentage. So, yeah, maybe.
Tough luck. Group up here.
Okay. Wall climb during shift.
Why not?
Shut up, Mizuki.
This'll mess him up.
I mean, if he was to have a wall climb, that would be funny.
You're the best.
Shut up. Ult activates shift. Yeah, that's a good idea. Exactly. Okay. Yeah, we'll move on. We'll move on. It definitely, I think with Mizuki, it's gonna have to start with his aura and his hat heal. I think like everything. I think we're really like straining at details here for his shift and crap, you know. But like if you think about it, shift is pretty cool. There's a lot of nuance with what you can do with it. Root's a skill shot. His primary fire already has like lots of things you can do with it. It's just that the other parts of his kit, even his ult, just feel remarkably lackluster in terms of like ways to squeeze value out of them. They're just either brainless or not that good. So I think like we can definitely like if you think about like a lot of the more fun supports, like the higher skill ceiling supports, like they rarely have like completely brainless abilities. You know what I'm saying? With some exceptions, but like I think the problem is that there are just basically his healing is just brainless. So like it doesn't need to be changed entirely to being like aim based necessarily, but I do think that there needs to be a conversation about like, well, Kiri's a great example because Kiriko is the exact thing that we need to avoid, where Kiriko has so much of her value tied through her M1 and Suzu, right? That her healing is just completely brainless. There's no nuance or interesting aspect to Kiriko, and her ult as well, just kind of like whatever, right? So it's like, I don't want Mizuki to become a Kiriko, right? Like we need to make sure that heal botting and all that kind of, so. Yeah, exactly, Jeremy. His healing is just insanely good and insanely easy to do. I think it really starts with big thing is healing is insanely easy and insanely strong. Okay. Let's move on. Who do you guys want to do next? We'll do another poll. Do another poll here. And Twitch, sorry, YouTube. What hero next? Anran, Domina, Jetpack Cat, Emre. I do think Mizuki and Anran are probably going to be the most complicated ones. Domina's going to take like 5 minutes for me or 10 minutes. I also think Emre is probably going to be pretty fast too. What if they rhythm change this hat heal? The closer the hat heals to its target when you click as it bounces, the more it does. Yeah. The closer the hat is to a seal target when you click as it bounces. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay, so listen, like you actually heal the target, but it's like almost like a skill timing shot. Like you have to go, you click it, and then you like get the timing right, and then, wait. Okay, so hear me out. It only bounces. Okay, this would be probably pretty stupid, but it only bounces if you get the timing of the bounce. Yeah. So if in other words, I would aim it, and I would go tap, 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 tap. That would be so stupid, but I actually kind of like that. Okay, hang on, I'll write that down. That was a good suggestion. Mini game with timing the balances around healing that. I mean, that would be so stupid. Oh, come on, guys. That would be so much fun, though. It'd be like a parry game, dude. That would be like a parry game, bro. Any Sekiro enjoyers in chat? That would be super fun. I don't know, man. Maybe. I'm definitely writing that down. Although I'm super biased because I freaking love parry mechanics and timing mechanics in games. I've been trying. I just picked up Ghost of Tsushima or whatever, however you pronounce it. Sorry. It's like my Black Friday thing. I'm trying to catch up on the games, and dude, that game also has F parry, and I'm like, there's like the skill tree thing, and I'm like maxing out the parry before I do anything else. I love parry so much, but parry based on distance, yeah, exactly, because you'd have to measure the travel time. I don't know. It'd be very, very min-maxy, but maybe that's what we need if we're gonna go back and say like how do we min max, how do we like APM max? Well, then there's your skillful potentially min max. You know, April Fool's change if I've ever heard one. Yeah, that's perfect, right? Try it out on April Fool, see if it's fun or not. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. Cool. Okay, it's Fariha's character. By the way, how are you? Fariha, what do you think of your character? You're here, so we might as well ask you. What do you think? I have some thoughts. I have some strong opinions on this character. I'm curious what you think.
I knew you had it in you.
Okay, we got our notes here. Let's start with Anran. She's weak. Why? What do you think? Chat, what do you guys think? I have a couple. I'm gonna spitball my thoughts here in a second. But I think solving these is definitely going to be trickiest. I think I'm glad that we're doing these two characters because I actually think that between Anran and Mizuki, these are by far the two hardest characters for today. Most of which she can do, any other flanking can do better. She has to work 4 times as hard to set up and get close enough. Yup. You look at characters like Tracer, Genji. Either their cooldowns come back so fast that it doesn't matter in the case of Tracer or Sombra for setup. Or Wrecking Ball. Or in the case of Genji, he doesn't even need a cooldown to set up. He just has his base kit. Yeah. Really interestingly enough, her performance fell off. So I guess we'll go ahead and pull up the flashbang here. So, terrible performance in higher ranks. Okay in mid ranks. Has to burn valuable CDs to stage. Cooldowns for staging are solid, but inconsistent in duels because slow, especially back half of CD. Very reliant on burn mechanic. Sure, but feels bad to have that as an additional drawback. In other words, if you think about Anran, you're like, yeah, her gimmick is that she struggles when people get freaking health packs. That's fine. But when you also have to deal with like cooldown management being really, really hard and a lot of just really bad matchups, it's just too many downsides, man. It's too many downsides. It takes like you have to. It's basically think about it this way with Anran. Imagine Genji without wall climb. or without double jump. And imagine Genji being more reliant on dash to do effective damage. I was thinking about this today. I was thinking about even the concept of that, like Genji can do chip damage to you, and it matters more because he does more damage than Anran until you're on fire. Whereas with Anran, you do some chip damage, that burn meter expires. It's a little bit slower than it used to be, and then you have to start all over again. Like Genji doesn't need to set you on fire. Doesn't need consistent. Like Anran relies off of that consistent cycle of pressure. So I think Anran definitely has some really good matchups, but I think she has a lot of really, really bad matchups. I think that there's definitely going to be some controversy. In my opinion, I don't think burn damage is bad. Maybe probably balanced. Needs looks into mobility, staging, consistency of matchups. So let me kind of explain. If any Genji players in chat, if you've ever run into an Anran in a dark alley with a cooldown or so, and that Anran stays on your butt and fans you, you might want to quit Overwatch. And if you've ever been jumped as a Zenyatta by Anran and she gets on top of you with cooldowns, you're not going to feel that the damage is low. So I think when damage is optimal for Anran, yes, it's definitely not like insanely high, but I think it's decent. It's decent, right? So I think this is why I was debating with Rhea last Saturday, but like I don't want to just like flat out buff her damage, but I kind of agree with Fariha that like it's like the upfront pressure feels like a resource management game with a 250 HP hero. You see what I'm saying? How many of you guys play Symmetra? How many of you guys play Symmetra? If you play Symmetra, you'll know what I'm talking about. Where a lot of your duels feel way more like, I don't want to say like MOBA deadlock, that's an exaggeration, but you understand what I'm saying. Like you don't burst people. You take your time, you tickle, you harass, you sustain, your shields regenerate, you throw your turret, you block this, you do. It feels like you're just very patient and very slow, right? Imagine if they took away Symmetra's teleporter perk. Imagine if they completely removed Symmetra's shields and they made her 250 HP. Now that's an obvious exaggeration. Anran does have some mobility and stuff, but you guys understand what I'm saying? Where it's like you feel like a character that can only win duels once you get ramped up, like Symmetra kind of, but you don't have the way to make the fight last that long. You don't have the way to make fights last that long. Like so if basically by the time something is burning, you might already be dead. And by the way, by mobility and speed, I don't necessarily mean like her literal running speed. She's fine. That's good that they gave her that. But like I'm talking about like game speed. You know, that's why Anran starts to feel so much better later on, because once you get you guys can't see with my face cam, but Hungering Blaze for the 50 health for Dancing Blaze, that is a monstrous uptime increase. So you can actually do things now. Like you actually have that. She's super reliant off of that perk to win duels consistently, because otherwise you just don't do it. Yeah. And yeah, I hear what you're saying, Tectris. So here's my thoughts. Okay, here's my thoughts. There are two ways that you can handle this problem to make her damage more consistent. You make it easier to set people on fire. I don't think necessarily you should increase the DOT, because that's going to be a very frustrating mechanic for people to play with. But I think you make it easier to set, more consistent to set people on fire, which the problem with that is that it's already pretty easy to set people on fire in the perfect scenarios. And I think the best way to do it would be what Tectris is saying in chat, which would be to increase her projectile speed with her mouse 1. Just a little bit, right? Okay, so that's one option. So option would be easier to set people on fire, faster projectile speed. Let me explain why that is not my favorite choice. That's not my favorite choice. I think with this, and the intent of this character, with the way it's been communicated, and with the way that I enjoy playing her, when I do play her, is she is like Genji, and to an extent like Tracer. She's a designed to be a kit-focused dive DPS, not a primary fire focused DPS. I'll talk about that on Saturday. So I would hate it if she had faster projectile speed and only that, because then you would be doing this would be a lot more of your gameplay loop. It would be like a little bit like Echo in a way, I guess. You guys gonna get what I'm saying? It'd be like a little bit like, yeah, you can get your hands dirty, but you're kind of playing more in the mid-range here. So I'm a little bit, I don't know how I would feel about that. It would be way more consistent with front loading, because you would be just be able to get proc burns better, and you could aim better and do it. But I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about that. And then you also have the question of like, should health packs cleanse? Yeah, whatever. Okay, so you could do that. You could do that. I would prefer, if at all possible, I messed that up. I would love for Anran to be more kit focused. I would love for Anran, especially in how she moves and dodges, I would love for her to be more kit focused. I would love for more of her value to be front. Why am I not getting the verticality here? I would love for her to get more out of her verticality. Now, not verticality, what am I saying? More out of her kit. So that doesn't mean that she does more damage with her kit necessarily. Because if you look at a character like Tracer is way more kit focused than gun focused. However, her abilities don't do any damage. They just allow her to use her gun. You get what I'm saying? So this is where I think you have to look at how her kit functions right now and ask yourself, is there a way to where we can make this allow her to either do more damage indirectly, to set up faster so that she could do more damage indirectly, or to avoid damage? You know? What does the Psylocke dash look like? Why does that somehow ring a bell in my brain? Maybe I'm just totally like cooking here. Like way off. Dash. Am I wrong? It's a straight line, right? It's like the budget Genji thing, right? Yeah, very similar to Genji. I know everyone was like, oh, you just want to make another Genji dash. I don't know. Maybe I do. But it just feels really bad that this cooldown is mostly used for staging. It's very difficult. Like we talk about like struggling to track Anran. Most of it kind of comes from her her E, which I think is whatever. Yeah, Tectris, I agree. I think, okay, so you guys ready for a hot take? Here's a hot take. This is not a hot take. And also, that's a funny meme. Joke. Get it? Hot take? Okay. I wonder if her dashes were better and faster, or maybe even her E was faster. I wonder if we could turn down the burn meter on your abilities. So what you're doing is you're forcing people to not do this. Okay? But you're actually forcing people... I'm going to wait for the abilities here. What if you're forcing people to do this? Right? And then the animation cancels. The best part about Anran, I don't know if Fariha agrees, if she's still here, is the weaving. Like not just using your abilities, but using your primary fire and using your alt fire in between abilities. That's so much fun. Yeah, exactly. So I think everything has to stop and start with that. I think Anran needs more skill expression in the close range. Her abilities need to do less damage, and aim needs to be rewarded more. What if fanning a burning target did more damage? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying here. Whether it's less burn meter or less damage, whatever the case may be, I'd probably say burn meter is probably more important, because then you're still rewarded for like heck, we could make freaking Dash do, if Dash was faster and didn't have this goofy budget diva thing, it could do 20-30 damage. Dancing Blaze could do 20-30 damage. Fan 1, right, Fan 1, Dash, melee cancel, Fan, melee cancel, E cancel. Yeah. And the problem being there for Rhea, obviously, that now you're dead. Right? You know, I don't think you need a dash reset and elimination. I do like the fact that they did hold, but man, I don't know, her dash feels so bad. It feels fine for the first half a second, then afterwards you're kind of screwed.
I knew you had it in you.
Have to reward weaving, maybe abilities do less burn meter or less damage, but work better in the avoiding damage arena. I don't think cooldowns for fun on burn is something that I would want to do, because I think that you have to be very careful with snowball mechanics. In other words, things are already going well, and now they're going even better. So if you set somebody on fire, getting them on fire and then being able to do what you want to do is, you know, you might be like, well, isn't that kind of what... I prefer there to be a more consistent option that you're not completely reliant on the fire to be able to get your cycle. Like, what if somebody comes in and cleanses? What if they grab a health back? You know, like, we want something that's more consistent. Right click, reduce equalize. Yeah, I you know, the more that I think about it, I don't. Maybe it's not super complicated with on run. Okay, let me cook for just a second. Hang on. Dash functions for the first bit the same, but maybe a little bit faster. The additional movement speed afterwards does not last near as long and has a slightly faster movement speed. I would go be as far to say that we could remove that two-tone part of mobility completely gone. I don't care about homogenizing the mobility. That's like saying that, like, don't you love my delicious Domino's pizza? At least it's not like that crappy natural Italian home pizza that you have down the street. Just because it's different doesn't mean that it's better. It's just bad. Sometimes you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Dash needs to be faster, and dash needs to not last as long. Okay? Dash needs to be faster, dash needs to not last as long. I would also argue that we probably could do with lowering the cooldown even further. But we'll say 7.5, 7, whatever. We'll leave it for right now. So lower CD and dash. Faster dash doesn't last as long. And not just faster to speed, but also the animation doesn't last as long. I would reduce the damage that the dash does to 30, and I would reduce its ignition percentage to 25. I would do the exact same thing to Dancing Blaze. Yes, I'm aware you would remove the double dash damage, or the double dash distance. I would remove this. I would give her... Okay, you guys are going to love this. I would give her cleanse back on her E. I think that removes a lot of the skill play and how you play the character if she doesn't have the cleanse. I would reduce or remove the animation delay after E. Well, Dubby, that's because the ability is not done for damage, necessarily. It's done for burn meter and evasive maneuvers. The point being is I want mobility to be evasive while still contributing damage and to the burn meter. But I want everything to flow. You see even that delay there? Even that delay between dashes should not be there. I think you should go pop, pop if you want to. 50 burn meter, burn both your dashes, 60 damage, whatever. Dodge one, dodge two.
Look at you go.
Remove delay on abilities, 30 damage on abilities, 25 burn meter, lower CD. And if this feels bad, I actually think you could probably... Honestly, you might just be able to leave Dancing Blaze at 50. 50 might be fine for this Inferno Rush. If it's got a lower CD, maybe it needs to be nerfed, but... The way that I'm looking at this now is that if I am playing Anran, and I dash, E... Every single time that I do that, I should have a second dash. 1, 2, E. Now, the only reason I have that here is because I have the perk. Even without the perk. Even without the perk. 50 is fine. Let me demonstrate what I'm looking for.
The fire in my heart will never burn out.
1, 2,
Someone's sweating.
3. Do you see it? Do you see it? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That needs to change, I think. And as long as the dash distance is limited, so what I would say is like, it's not, I would say not Genji dash range. I'd say like there. That's probably fine. Right there. We don't want to, the reason why we don't want to, what I'm considering reducing her burn gain is because I want her,
They'd better watch.
again, this is the same thing as Mizuki, based off of what was communicated with the intention of her, combo dive character. And if all you're doing is doing this, you shouldn't be rewarded. You should have to use your primary fire, secondary fire in between your abilities. You get what I'm saying? Because, I mean, literally, look at this. Like, look, this is a practice range clip, but... So make her even worse than she is? I mean, come on, guys. Are we listening? Are we listening? Come on, y'all. Lower cooldown and dash? Faster dashing? We could do all sorts of stuff from there. And also, if... we could go all sorts of stuff. We could even add... we've talked about the cleanse on E. We could talk about giving her verticality... Undoing the verticality nerf on Inferno Rush as well. The key thing here is also we're not really worrying about balance exclusively. We're trying to find aspects of the kit that will age well with the skill of the character. You understand what I'm saying? So if you're like, oh, but the silver Anrans and gold Anrans are going to struggle there. The silver Anrans and gold Anrans are finding more value than the GM Anrans are right now.
I'm burning up.
Is that not basically turning into Black Panther from Marvel Rivals? No, for one reason. Because the difference between Anran and Black Panther is that Black Panther had one burst cycle, and only one. There's only one way to use his abilities. What keeps Anran interesting is this. Because when you use your iframe, if it was coded perfectly well and there wasn't that awkward delay, is actually way more important on reading what you're playing versus. You get what I'm saying? And right, a Black Panther doesn't weave near as much as Anran. You get what I'm saying? So like, you change the problem with Black Panther has always been that his order of operations with his abilities is basically the same. I don't know, man. I would want to play an Anran like this. I would like to play an Anran with faster dashes, slightly lower cooldown and dashes. Something that I can weave a lot more and be able to get in and get out faster. And then also with abilities with less delay. I mean, I want you guys to look at this. You know? Not enough reward for weaving? Yeah, fast, bursty, short engages like Tracer-ish. Yes, but with a projectile and with using abilities in combo instead. A burn damage increase? You could, yeah. You could. You could have get reward for situations, but yeah, we'd have to see. Yeah, that's a great idea, Yuri. Yuri says primary fire into dash doesn't necessarily cancel the bullets. That's actually a really important observation. There's a reason why it's done with Genji that way, because Genji has the difference between primary fire and alt fire for Genji are distance management, so Genji doesn't care about it. But if you guys didn't know, so 1, 2, 3 dash, or sorry, 1, 2 dash, but you can go and see how I only shot one bullet there? Look again, 19, watch it go to 18. It doesn't shoot the second bullet. So it actually doesn't work very well with the weaving. So if you weave right now with your primary fire, you're actually punished for it. You're actually punished for it. You're cooking too hard, give her wall ride during rush. You can shoot while using rush. Yeah, I mean, that would be different as well. Like, that would keep her in more like the mid-range stuff, right? You could do that. Yeah, you could do some sort of mobility option other than the quicker dashes, something that functions a little bit more as slow, but then you would definitely need to give her more primary fire stuff and so on. At that range, can't you just fan? Well, remember, we're talking about setting people on fire. Right? And so if you look here, 30 base, right? And then Zukwe, or gosh, whatever that is, 44 damage. That's a lot more damage and a lot more burn. So you should be rewarded for choosing the correct fire option. What's up, Magister? 5 months, appreciate you. Oh, shut up, Waloob. I'm trying. I don't know how to pronounce it, bro. I don't know how to pronounce it. Could go entirely different direction with more consistent, fluid mobility, but without speed snappiness. And extend her range to 10 to 15. Shoot while dashing. That's honestly another option as well, etc. So basically, what the YouTube chatter is saying, I'm sorry, I missed your name, mate, is like instead of having her being like this point blank 5 meter, 3 meter thing, just function more in like this range and just be like wall climb and you can do this, you could shoot and you can do this, and like that would be fine too. I would just like to see more like clarity about like where her effective range is supposed to be, because there's a lot of inconsistency. She's just too fragile up close, man. She's just too fragile up close until that. Oh, and also there's a wind up on her E, which is crazy to me. You have an iframe dodge that you can get canceled out of. You can get hindered out of that, which is really important not to be the case, because it's supposed to be a skill dodge that just doesn't work as a skill dodge, because you can try to animation, or especially if your latency is over like 50, you could just get slept or hindered right out of your iframe. You know, it's like, but I'm supposed to time this correctly. You're supposed to be rewarded for it, and you just don't. So, and the delay, right, for her ult and her E is terrible. So for context, look at this. Do you see that delay? I'm mashing the button. Mashing the button right now. That looks great. But check this out. I think it's on E. I don't know, remember which it... Just went into the void. Okay. Oh, that feels so bad. Look at that delay, guys. I was mashing it down. Oh, look at this again. Oh my gosh, bro. I literally feel like I'm playing at 400 latency, bro. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's insane. All right. And this is with the windup of going into the E as well. I did know that, Lala. That's a bug, yeah. Yeah, that really sucks. So this is like what, like, obviously I'm cooking with the whole like baby Genji tracer dashes or whatever, right? Okay, fine. You don't have to agree with me. I understand. But we could all agree that, like, whatever you think about other aspects of her kit, it's like whether it's the mobility creep or not, it just doesn't work. She's so freaking slow on out of chaining her dashes. She's slow and out of her E and with everything. The fact that you get punished for canceling your primary fire with dash is insane to me. The fact that probably her dash cooldown is still too long. I don't know why they took away the cleanse on E, except they're like, oh, I guess nobody has cleanses. But the whole point of Anran Mirror is that you can time your cleanse around when do I want to use my cleanse, when I want to use my iframe. The difference between Anran cleanse and something like a Reaper teleport is Reaper teleport is not used strategically in terms of mid-dueling. It's set up and getting out, maybe. But until he gets his major perk even, and even then not as much, Anran is way more of a dueling tool. So knowing when to cleanse is really important, just like Reaper Wraith. Imagine if they remove Fade or cleanse on Reaper Wraith, how much simpler that would make the character be. So, yeah. Anyway, that's good for now. We'll think more about it later. I think her ults are fine. It's fun to use. There's some nuance with that. Yeah, I don't really have anything else. You guys have any other major thoughts? Thank goodness we got these two guys out of the way, because these guys are butts. These guys are bears. Melonhead, thank you for the sub. Her ult Q has even worse of a delay? Like after the... Wait, hang on a second. I actually need to test this here. You mean out of the res itself? Oh! And a wind up out of res. Ouch. Ouch. I knew that I knew it. See, I knew something was wrong, man. Okay. All right, moving on. I'm pretty pleased with our ideas here. Even if you guys don't agree with the short dash stuff, like I said, that we don't have to go that direction. Same thing with the Mizuki thing. There's plenty of other little things that we can do with the character as well. A lot of polish that's needed all over her perks and her concepts. We didn't talk about perks, I guess, so we could just move on from there. I won't delve too much into it, but yeah. So appreciate you guys. Who do you guys want to do next? Let's do a poll here. Let's see. What next? Do we do Emre, Domina, or Jetpack Hat? I think these three are going to be much easier. Jetpack Hat might be a little bit more work, but I think these will be much easier on paper. Hi, kitten. Poll is live in Twitch chat. What do I coach look for in try lists? Mechanics and just general communication. Nothing super fancy with communication. Like you don't need a shot call or anything. But just communicate your plans with your ults and like what you plan to do with them and what you're planning to do with your angles if you need support. It's not so much about how much you call, but that calling the consistent stuff. That's okay, Victor. I think we've made some good ideas. We had some good ideas. I always get frustrated with these things because I'm always like, I feel like maybe some of these are bad. I don't know. But I think the reason why I'm more confident with some of the other rework stuff that we've done is because we've had many iterations of talking about Sojourn or, you know, talking about Mercy or talking about Bastion or whatever, or May. Like, we've had a lot of time with the other characters. And so, Emre, it's fine. Like, we're not going to get it the first time. Bro, nerf Mizuki when he's buns. We didn't nerf Mizuki that much. If anything, we nerf. And Mizuki is absolutely not buns for 95% of players. Objectively not buns. He's the strongest support in the game, arguably. Can I redo Anran so Victor can see? Yeah. Okay. Emre. Am I butchering that? Are there any Turkish people in chat? How do you pronounce Emre? Emre? Emre sounds cooler, but I don't know if that sounds pretentious. What do you guys think with Emre?
Someone has to do it. Let's see how long I burn.
Yeah, his damage buff is really strong. I'm a little scared, honestly, guys. Like, is this damage buff too much?
Not how you wanted this to go, huh?
Just check out Echo Cop. Yeah, true, actually. Wait, that's actually genius.
Desperate times, desperate measures.
This is like, what are we doing, guys?
Always ready to learn. Major perk unlocked. Adaptive circuits engaged. Emre.
Emre. Emre. Oh, it's Emre. Emre. Interesting.
Time for plan B.
Emre.
Personality duplication.
Also, just to say frick you guys to all the haters in my YouTube comments that every single time I make a video about this character. Wait, where'd she go? That was weird. Did you guys see that?
Bouncing upward.
Emre.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Iliari.
Bunch of morons. It's Iari. It's not Spanish, you jackass.
I'll put it all on the line.
It's not Spanish. It's Iari. Now she kind of goes to the Iliari, but that's just being white. Iliari, Iliari. Iyari is Spanish, but it's not Quechuan. And it's hard to say Iliari without going Iliari, you know? Freaking kidding. Every single time YouTube comments like, that's not how you pronounce it. Like, yes it is, jackass. My friend is Quechuan.
Don't get in my way.
Alright, Emre. What do you guys think about Emre? What do you guys think about Emre? What feels good? What feels bad? I think the gun feels amazing. Yeah, exactly, Waloop. I think the gun feels amazing. I love the reload.
I'm on fire.
Yeah, feels good. The buff feels really good. I actually think the shift thing is pretty fine. The way that I look at Emre is like, okay, so let's go ahead and like clear the room right now. We are not going to anran Mizuki this character. We are not going to anran Mizuki this character because this character was not intended to be that complicated. He's intended to be a familiar character for people that have played other shooters with a fun Overwatch polish on it. So what we're not going to do is we're not going to spyloify everything. I think he's mostly fine as is, and it will probably be very small adjustments. So we don't need... The reason why I was overcooking with the other two is because that's what they were intended to be, from my understanding, the way it was communicated, right? So we don't need to go anything crazy with this.
More upgrades.
It's fine. So...
Don't get in my way. Desperate times.
I've had some suggestions people were saying about, like... Would shift on a resource be broken? I think it might be broken, guys. Gee, grenade jump feels a little bit clunky. Bro, you should have played it in the playtest, man. This thing feels way better than it used to be. I do agree with you. I'm not trying to be pretentious, but I do agree with you, yeah. Lifesteal on demand, that'd be broken? Even with the overheat mechanic? Yeah, you might be right. He is kind of weird, the way that he plays. Okay, so if you guys haven't played a lot of Emre. The way that the way his gameplay loop kind of functions is you take, like, it's almost like a Sojourner. No, I don't really know how to describe it. It's a little bit like Sojourner when she's playing into a dive comp, where you take like these really, really aggressive angles, get really greedy with your cooldowns, and then you get pressed, and then this is what you do when you're pressed. Right? It's not just he's crazy in 1v1s, it's because his sustain with his 1v1 is the shift is so good that he's able to take like pretty absurd angles and not get punished. Like, he does need a little bit of help, and mitigation can, but anything that doesn't deny his lifesteal kind of puts shit. Okay, this might be a bit of a crazy take. I think shift is one of the strongest defensive cooldowns in the game. I think it's one of the strongest defensive cooldowns in the game, and it allows him to take way closer angles than you need to be. So I think the problem with Emre, the way that people are playing him, is that people are playing him way too much like Ashe. Way too much like Ashe. Like you play way more like Sojourn Cass than you do like Ashe. The only downside is when you like your life still gets denied. So I think this guy, if anything, you probably need to look at his fall off range, if anything, because it might be that he functions too well in too many different angles. Until his next range buff. You stole the words right out from my from right out of my mouth. So okay, let's just go down the list of his kit. Do we need to change anything about his shift? I don't think you do. Well, I'm not talking perks. We could cross that road later, but I don't think you need to change anything about his shift. Not perks yet. I think it's okay. I like the fact that its damage is pretty bad. So like it really is a defensive cooldown or a rotational cooldown. The movement speed and the jump height definitely allows you to kind of take rotations with it. It's too bad without the perk and too good with the perk. Okay. I mean, I haven't played enough Emre to know if that's the case or not, but I could conceptually see that be the case. Okay, so we'll say maybe shift without perk, not good enough. I don't know. What if his shift gave you overhealth? I'm sorry, let me clarify. What if when you shoot at full HP, you could go up to 50 or 25 overhealth? So if you are already full health, using your shift gives you overhealth that decays. It might be broken, yeah. My thought process is that you don't wait until things go badly before you use it. You have to ask yourself, should I use my shift earlier or not?
We weren't both going to make it.
Again, we're not worrying about balance. We can always pull power budget elsewhere. You do get cooldown refund for canceling it, Gurko. Maybe you're saying more, but you do get cooldown reduction for canceling it. You see it? Look.
Picking up the pace.
You see? Maybe more? Maybe more? I don't know. It's always 11 seconds. But if you cancel it, the cooldown does not start until you finish the ability. Look.
Activating siphon.
4, 3, 2, 1. Time. 11 seconds. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? That's technically cooldown reduction. It means you get it back a full 3, 4, 2, whatever many seconds back. It's not like a lot of other abilities where the cooldown starts, like Orisa Fortify, for example. That Orisa Fortify's cooldown starts the second you press it. That's not really cooldown reduction. I mean, that is cooldown reduction. That's exactly what cooldown reduction is. The sooner you cancel it, the sooner you get it back. I like that. I actually don't like abilities that you're not rewarded for canceling it earlier. I like you're like, okay, I don't need this. I need to cancel it now. I don't like that. I don't like that. But you're saying we could have a souped up cooldown reduction. Yeah, okay, maybe. Maybe. Well, the difference between this and Sojourn Slide is because it lasts a long time, right? So I'm not. It's apples to oranges for sure, but. Maybe some form of CD reduction. I don't know. More. Is his gun perfect for now? I think it's probably perfect. I don't think we change anything with this gun.
Desperate measures.
Cooldown reduction from landing nades might be a little bit too much. What do you guys think of his nade? I think it's probably going to be people's least liked aspect of his kit. I think it definitely feels like the most tacked on version of his kit. But I also don't think it necessarily needs to be changed entirely. Obviously, sticky is really good. I have one suggestion for nade. I don't know if you guys agree with me. You guys can probably guess where I'm going with this. Remove self-damage. Give more horizontal propulsion. Thoughts? The fact that I don't even know if it makes you go faster is crazy. I actually don't know if it makes you go faster. So, remove self-damage on nade, small horizontal propulsion. Just so you can actually be rewarded for rolling out, or maybe you're even like, okay, I'm gonna use my nade to move faster. Well. But beyond that, I think maybe it's fine to have it function like that. It's a bit of a skill gap, right? It's definitely a talking point. I think if his nade didn't have that aspect, he would be a much simpler character, which I don't think is a good thing. You know? Feels good.
Let's see how long I burn.
No, it has to bounce. It has to bounce. Actually, I'm not sure. I think it does. I do think it has to bounce. Yeah, it has to bounce. What if you get movement speed boost based on damage with utility stackable? It's like 40% or something? Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I would just like to see more movement tech with your nades, which probably would involve some form of either cooldown reduction, potentially, but just remove it. Like, it has to start with self-damage and horizontal propulsion. Like, it has to start with that. Because the thing with him is it's like it really, most of his mobility comes from the verticality of the nade and his shift speed.
Lights out.
Yeah, and yeah, you're right. It's like the skill shot of doing the let's see if I can get this right. That into this. Like, that feels good. But yeah, I agree. We'll probably have to look at his ult first. Okay, thoughts in his ult. So that's without the tech. It's just movement control, right? Like, I think everything else is probably too early. It just has to be movement speed or movement control. Has to be movement control. It feels so silly. It's so inconsistent, you know? Because it's like either you get completely one-shot.
I like your style.
Ult, move, speed, / burst is terrible. Now, I actually... So, obviously, you could do, if you guys didn't know, like, I think everybody knows this, but... You could do this. Which is, obviously, like, that's good to know. But it's hilarious how much better it is just doing that tech. You know? And I've had a lot of inconsistency with this ult. Like, very inconsistent. More so than almost any other DPS ult. This thing can kill 3-4 people, or you just instantly die. Okay, what do you guys think about the way that the projectiles work? What do you guys think? Yeah, it's like barrage, exactly. Is it all good? Is it all good?
Losing myself.
Yeah, I'm thinking as well. I've seen some folks maybe say it's a little too M2 reliant, and it might be. But I don't know if I don't know if I would change anything just yet. And light round does feel very good. And I also think the fact that you actually have to weave is fine. It's alright. Yeah. Okay, let's talk. Do we need to talk about perks? Do we just... honestly? Okay, so maybe the only thing that his major perks need are just slight nerfs, maybe? Just slight nerf the heat sink, which is the one that increases the duration. And then maybe just kind of like leave it. Because I really like both perks, I think. Because they have like definitely like situations where one is better than the other. Do you think his passive is inconsequential? Maybe. Like his sub roll's inconsequential because it's the we don't know what to do with this character sub roll, but I mean, the reload speed feels fun. It's just on elimination perks are just generally bad. No, we didn't really talk about Mizuki and Anran's perks, so yeah, we'll move on. We'll move on. Assists count, though? Yeah, true. True, but it's still on a limb, so... Yeah, what is the sharpshooter category? Oh, frick, that would be pretty strong. That would be pretty strong. Dude, I've seen so many comments from people that are not doing the math in this one correctly with sharpshooter. I don't want to go off topic here, but people are like, it's not fair. Sojourn gets so much benefit from this because look how many times Sojourn gets headshots. Or, sorry. Oh, no, it's broken. I'm like, dude, bro, it's DPS. That's probably not the best target to pick, but it's DPS. It's not... It's not like it's I mean it's good in Sojourn because Sojourn's good with mobility, but yeah. But it's not as simple as like, oh, one character gets it more over another. If anybody, I mean, Widow gets the least out of it because she's probably hitting the fewest amount of DPS from headshots alone. But even with Widow,
I aim to
10, 11, check it. Like that. Now you have your grapple again, so it's not terrible. But yeah. Yeah, I feel like if anything, it could be better on cast versus certain matches because you could just roll, shoot, 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 especially with the lower. So you, you know. But whatever. All this improvement's supposed to feel like the Master Chief, and he does. Well, with what are you trying to talk about here? I think we barely touched Emre. Faster movement speed with the ult. Remove self-damage on nade, small horizontal propulsion. What exactly there does not feel like Master Chief? Oh, okay, someone... Gotcha. Yeah, no, I agree, yeah, sure. Okay. We kept it... I wanted to keep it relatively limited, for sure. Removing sticky on walls. Yeah, I think the reason why people are annoying that is the hit detection, but okay. All right, 2 more, y'all. Isis freaking seriously. What now? Domina, Jetpack Cat, 2 more. You're surprised to see more. Well, the people there are not, first off, okay, there's not a lot of Roadhog mains. And most of them aren't really serious about playing the game or improving. And most of the people that play Roadhog do so because they're tilted. I mean, remember when we interviewed Dirt? You guys remember we were talking with Six and Dirt about Roadhog, right? Do you remember why Dirt said he played Roadhog? He literally was like, yeah, people said Roadhog was bad. So I was like, yeah, I'll play Roadhog. And yeah, he's annoying. They should probably do something about him. Like, there was like, it's just like, he's just, you know? And I'm like coaching these Ryan players and they're in like tears, you know? Like, Ryan's my baby, you know, I gotta get better, I gotta get some diamond, you know? It's like, Roadhog, I was like, yeah. They're either like totally chill or they're just, or they're like completely like rage swapping, you know what I'm saying? And in which case, they're not really Roadhog players. You know, so. Also, Roadhog has this perception that he's very mechanically focused, and that's basically it, which is definitely partly true, so. All right, Domina. All right, you guys are gonna love this.
Perfect world is shaped by my
Guys, can you guys guess what I'm gonna have to say about Domina? I wonder, geez, I just couldn't possibly guess. Let's see here.
mind the shard.
Satisfying ability, cool weapon, CC with a little bit of outplay. Maybe we need to talk about that. An ultimate with a lot of different uses, or this. Like, all right, listen, I just it feels like a fanfic of like what a Overwatch tank should be. Sometimes I look at a shield man.
Shake
Like,
hands with
come
me.
on, man.
Need a guy who ought to
Seriously,
know.
bro.
I used to
Oh,
laugh
my
at
gosh.
safety. Now they call me Three-Fingered Joe.
I think what happened is that they're like, you know, the panel idea was this definitely is a panel idea tank. Like, what if she had multiple panels? What would happen? Hang on a second. Did they ghost change this? Oh, maybe they're not. I swear there was like. Hang on a second. I think I'm dumb. I'm just dumb. No, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Hang on. Let me just make doubly sure. Hang on. I think I'm dumb. Yes, I'm dumb. Disregard. I'm just gonna address the elephant in the room here. Shield sucks, man. It sucks. It doesn't matter. It's clunky. It's large. It's static. It lasts way too long. It doesn't matter if you can focus the panel down, because the problem with I'll just focus the panel down. I don't know what Spylo's talking about. Are you stupid, Spylo? Just go disruptor shot, throw a Sojourn disruptor shot or dynamite and the entire shield breaks. That's my entire point, jackass. When you literally just go, oh, if I go Sojourn disruptor shot, but her entire panel breaks, do you not see the problem with that? Do you not see the problem with that? Where your entire opinion of how the ability feels is completely dependent on like a handful of characters that you play, and then otherwise it just feels completely pointless? I don't like that. And also saying, oh, just focus the panel. Well, now I'm gonna move here. Just focus the panel. Well, now I'm gonna move here. Like, you guys know what I'm talking about. You've played Domina. Sometimes your shield just doesn't feel like it does much of anything. And then I've seen a lot of gold plat games, even higher ranked games, where it's just shielding on main, vomiting damage. I feel like I'm all in 6v6 all over again. It's just not very interactive, you know? I'm sorry, it just isn't, you know? You could disruptor shot this dynamite this, sure, and it goes away. All 5,000 HP of whatever it is, right? But like, it's too uninteractive, and it's also very boring to play with.
Don't trifle with me.
So my thought process here has been, hey, can we place one panel, two panels? Probably would be about the size of like 4 panels, something like that. And you can place 2 of them, maybe a little bit bigger, but not much bigger. Or have one shield that then you can consume. So you can cancel your shield essentially by tapping it again and then place it again later. So you use a resource and you place it out again. You could even have shield resource kind of similar to Sigma, but it wouldn't be the same as Sigma. I'd probably say you'd have to have charges. But like, yeah, a little bit like Groot walls. And so basically what you're doing is you have less shield area, square footage, but you could be a little bit more deliberate and specific with where you play. Wait, are you guys seeing that? Look at my crosshair. What? When did it start doing that? There's a range indicator? Why am I stupid here? Okay.
From imperfection, we build a new world.
I didn't know this existed. Cool. Okay. Nice. Weird. Yeah, anyway, back to what we were talking about here. Wait, does it also apply when she gets her perk?
Perfect world is shaped by my hand.
Dude, it's like come on, man. Did I miss the patch notes for this?
such impeccable taste.
Okay. Yeah, like, anyway, either having 2 shields, 2 charges of a shield, or you're like, okay, that's too much shielding that's potentially available, then fine. You have 1 shield that you can recall and place elsewhere on a medium cooldown. Same kind of animation, same multi-panel aspects that you can have it, but a shield that feels more interactive to play into, that allows for a lot more outplay potential, because you can place it in different spaces and not have all here, all in the spot, that's it. And then also playing into it, if you get shielded, it feels a lot more personal. It feels like a personal, okay, she is shielding me specifically, she's using resources on me specifically, and it's something that I can actually break and punish her, because it's not multiple panels that she can hide around. It's just the 3 or 4 or whatever else. Do you get what I'm saying? So I don't know. Like I think like it's not just about like the nerf to Domina. That's actually not really what I'd want to do. It's more about like it gives her way better matchups in situations where she gets surrounded or brawl pushed. Because the thing about being able to reposition your shield is unbelievably important versus both surround sound situations, right? And also brawl, like the ramps up. Being able to reposition your shield is unbelievably important. Like unbelievably important. I think your suggestion would make her feel too similar to other tanks. What other tanks do you have that have the ability to reposition their shield besides Sigma? And Sigma, this would be different with both the paneling and the fact that your shield wouldn't be on an infinite resource. Seriously, what other tank? Ryan has a shield strapped to his butt cheek, and that's strictly resource, and he can't shield away from himself. Like, there's no way you guys are saying 1-to-1 with Reinhardt. Like, you have to be kidding me. You have to be kidding me. Okay, I'm getting you guys are crazy. You guys are gaslighting me. I'm done with this. I'm done with this. Sorry, 1-to-1. Frick you guys. I give up. I shut the frick up. Yeah, no. Be able to shield off 2 angles at the same time, but then you're like, even if it was like a longer cooldowns, like let's say it's like, it'd be like, okay, you know what else? Okay, you know what this should remind you of? It should remind you of this. It would function very similar to this, where sure, you could just blow it all here, right? But now you're sitting and waiting, and waiting, and waiting, and waiting. Wrecking Ball repositions his shield often. I hate you guys. But like, yeah, you can cash out there, but then you need to be able to reposition accordingly. They wanted her to play around a large static shield. I think that does not work.
The perfect world
Does not work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. She's going to be way too feast or famine with both her matchups, her maps, and everything else. It fits the character even more perfectly than just dropping a big shield here. Come on. A positional-based character that can have some impact here and a little bit of impact here or a little bit of impact here. I think the rest of her kit's pretty good. I don't know how you guys feel about the rest of her kit. Like, she might be overtuned. I don't want to really talk too much about the numbers here. But I'm married to this shield thing, and I've been unable to see an argument if otherwise that convinces me. Maybe her E is too glowy? I don't know. Like... Tell people to break out, maybe. She could double the amount of shields in the same area. I see what you're saying, but you then open yourself up heavily to off angles in those situations. And if you're really in just a choke v choke scenario, in theory, what I'm asking for is the shield that would be like, we're talking about like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. You're saying like you could just stack the panels back to back to back. I mean, that is a very, very narrow window. I guess what you could say in that situation could be, but then you're completely exposing yourself to off angles in that situation. And that's only with a double shield idea. I'm not so convinced that you need to double shield. I could also, like I said, be the whole shield, regenerate the healing resource, and then place it somewhere else. So you could only have 1 shield at a time. I don't know. But anyway, the ability to reposition your shield on a 7-8 second cooldown, something like that, or having 2 charges of your shield, something along either one of those ideas, to control different spaces better. I don't think you can balance Domina if you don't do that. I actually don't think she's physically possible to balance. There's a reason why Sigma felt a lot healthier in 5v5 is because he's able to control space with his primary fire and with his ability to reposition shield. And then obviously easier to break. And you could obviously tune the numbers down. If you're like, okay, the double shield thing leads to too much stacking, it's too OP. Okay, smash it. And the other thing too, the Groot wall mechanics. Yes, exactly. The other thing too is it also meshes really well with at least one of her perks. So looking at efficient design after using barrier array, restore 50 shields and activate passive health regeneration, that perk becomes a lot more interesting about when and how you use it. It could be overtuned, but that becomes a lot more interesting about that because now you have 2 times of that decision. And then even more important than this is power move, the wall slam becomes a skill shot that you can actually set up for yourself now. Because it's not a one and done, you only do it when you're being hard pushed by Ryan. You can actually set up so you're shooting somebody and you go shield slam. And heck, you could even speed up the animation of that. And now you can do that twice. Not twice, but like you have one shield here and then it actually allows you to like I look at Domina and be like, this character needs to multitask, right? And she does. I think there's a lot more opportunity for that though. And I also think that this would significantly increase the quality and just general fun of the Domina mirror as well. Not that every tank mirror has to be super interesting, but yeah. What number of abilities is too much? I mean, I don't think you'd add any abilities. You're just adding another shield charge. I don't think I would give E a mini grab effect. I think pull effects are super broken if you're not careful with it, especially in higher levels. That's why the Pharah Conk perk was really, really strong. Everyone just was like, okay, so here's the thing though. Okay, let me ask you guys a question. What's the meme here?
Meeting their goal.
Children misjudging volume. What's the study? Not volume. What is it called? Space. Cylinders. Right. What is it called? Volume of liquid cylinders children. What's it called? What's it called? Conservation of mass? Yes, this is it. This is what I feel like sometimes when I have this conversation about Domina. I'm not being like fully serious here. People look at this and I'm like, people are like, okay, my scroll wheel's broken. It's like, oh, double shield bad. Ooh, one shield good. But I'm like, hey, but look, like, but look, like look. You know what I'm saying? Like this is very small shields, like very small, like breakable shield. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, it's just because it says double shield. It's not like double shield. No, it's not. It's not that. It's not that. You know what I'm saying? It's right. It's not 2 tanks and layering mitigation on top of each other. You know, it. Like, look. You know. Like, think about it. Like, seriously, trust me on this, right? I had the same conversation when I was trying to talk about Ramatra, and I was talking about, like, hey, it's really boring to have a 13-second cooldown on a 1,000 HP shield that just is not even worth shooting. Like, sometimes it's not even worth shooting, right? And I was like, you know, what if this was, like, a 400 HP shield, and it was, like, you know, a 7 or 8-second cooldown? You know, similar kind of what we're doing here, but less static, you know? Because with Ramatra having it kind of be more clumped and less panel focused would make more sense. And people were like, oh, but you mean just like you're buffing a shield? I'm like, no, like you could break it. Like it's like, you get what I'm saying? Like you gotta think like all the moving parts here. It's like when people were talking, I mean, even earlier today, if you were like, you're nerfing Mizuki, I'm like, well, okay, hang on, like just like come on. There's a lot of moving parts here. Like, all right, so bear with me. And there's gradients, right? Like how much shield complexity is good shield complexity, how much multitasking is too much. I don't know. I don't enjoy playing with or playing against this aspect of Domina, and I just think that's going to lead to a lot of issues where we have a lot of brawl slops, poke slop on main, and also a lot of situations where she feels completely incapable of keeping herself alive and contributing. That's my take. I actually have very little feedback for her beyond that. I think everything else for her would probably be more number tuning, if anything else. I love the fact that this goes on infinitely. You have to manually judge the distance. I think that's really cool. I think her boop is pretty strong. You might need to keep a look at that. That might be a situation where she's a little bit too good at comboing squishies in certain situations. Maybe it becomes too strong if we change her shields with the wall slam perk. I don't know. But I like the way most of her kit flows, and so I don't really want to change too much. Yeah. So that's that. A lot of talking about shield, not a whole lot else. Anran can have her 1,000 HP with her minor perk. You mean the heal on ult one? Do pure poke teams make sense in 5v5? If they function like Sigma, yes. Sigma can move around, has range presence, has good cooldown trades with risk and reward, and can reposition his mitigation as the battlefield evolves. Domina can do all of those things, except for repositioning the mitigation as the battlefield evolves. That's what I would change. I did not think another poke tank could realistically work in Overwatch 2, because I was unsure that they could come up with another gun or a mechanic that actually feels relatively good. I've been gladly proven kind of wrong. I think Domina feels okay, minus that shield. So, anyway, that is all. I want to move on. Let's do some Jetpack Cat. I work in IT and found in general people are dumber, insincere, don't try to argue with anybody. Well, maybe you work with the worst side of humanity. I feel like it's like what is the like the what is it like the cop problem where when all you do is work with people who are criminals or people that are breaking their law or people that are having their worst day, essentially, even not even criminals, just people that are having their worst day ever, then your opinion of people might change for the worse, right? And so if you're working on IT, you're probably working with people that are more likely than not unable to solve problems on their own or are very frustrated by a problem. So your opinion may shift, you know? So, okay. Jetpack Cat. First off, just because I have to. Just because I have to? Wait. I don't know why. I don't know why. That just cracks me up. One more time. I love that voice line so much. It just delights me. Okay. I'm going to say something a little bit controversial. You guys ready for this one? Some people are going to be very angry at me and very disappointed at me, okay? I am going to gauge my feedback and thoughts off of Jetpack Cat based off of where I think she's going to be and where she was aimed to be. And you're going to find that my changes are a lot more limited than you probably would expect. We are not going to fundamentally rework Jetpack Cat. It's not happening. It's not happening. I don't think it's realistic, and I think some of the hate is a little bit overcooked. And what we're going to try to do is try to make up some of her matchups a little bit more smooth and deal with some of like the really, really dumb outlier things. But no, we're not taking away permaflight. We're not taking away permaflight. There's also just like a part of me that even if I agree that permaflight is fundamentally flawed, sure, maybe, I don't know. It's not happening, guys. It's not happening. And it's not it's just not happening. It's not happening. Like I am not going to sit here and waste my time. It's like the Doomfist players that are begging for uppercut. It's not happening, bro. It's not happening. Uppercut, you're not getting uppercut. So stop asking for it. You're not going to lose. Like, we're not getting non-infinite flight cat. Does that mean that we just have to sit there and just get abused all the times? No. But I just think it's completely unrealistic. So I got the thing. Okay. So I know people are going to be mad at me for that, but we're going to try to make this version of Cat like as healthy as we possibly can. And the way, so basically, okay, so if we can't remove hover, then what we need to do is we need to make Cat want to get closer more often. Right? I think this is where I've had some gimmicky games where this feels a little silly. I know it's practice range clip here, and so the targets are standing still. I made this mistake with Anran. I think Anran's actually a lot harder to hit from range. But the DPS, you can actually do like, not bursty, but annoying levels of damage from ranges where people just cannot interact with you. And that also applies to healing, and with healing it's even easier. I think feedback with Jetpack Cat is going to start with reduce her fall or introduce fall off with damage healing. I would prefer fall off instead of spread, because I think the spread is already pretty punishing as it is, and I would still like to be able to do a little bit here, but just not enough to where it's actually decent. Yes, make her louder. Obviously, make her louder. Yes, I mean, that goes without saying. A lot of these things I've already given feedback on. You're also not going to like this one. No 200 HP and no 175 HP. None. The reason why I didn't like Rivals Permaflight is because they never did what they should have done with Iron Man. Let me explain why. Iron Man had the exact same problems as Jetpack Cat, where he just had a lot of poke damage, a lot of spam damage, and actually he didn't have the exact same problems. He was completely different. He had really decent poke damage, he was terrible up close, and he was really slow at flying. I don't know what Iron Man is like nowadays, so ignore what I'm saying now. But what they did to fix Iron Man off at the first patch or whatever else is they did not really increase his movement speed at all. They gave him no mobility, no motion at all. They didn't give him anything that's good up close range. They even had, like, the rocket aspect of his kit was just still bad. And they just made his poke damage better. And so that's where imagine if Jetpack Cat had faster projectiles on her healing and damage and had, like, her movement speed was, like, terrible. That's why Infinite Flight was terrible. He was just an AFK flyer. Horribly designed character. Jetpack Cat has better mobility, better motion, and more reasons to want to get up close. But I still think that the range on her damage and heal is too much. So the problem is not the Infinite Flight necessarily, although I think the problem is that you can be rewarded often from doing this. You see what I'm saying? Too much. It's a practice range clip, but I see it every time I coach a Jetpack Cat. I've seen it every time I played Jetpack Cat. I've seen it every time I played versus a Jetpack Cat. Is you can get too much out of this cycle. What is the trade-off of Infinite Flight? What does that mean? That's not how the game works. You don't have to the trade-off for Infinite Flight is that you have to get closer to provide value. Or you have less utility in some way or another. What's the trade-off for Ana having an aid? I don't know. Like, Jetpack can't do everything. Right? Like, why doesn't Jetpack Cat have a nade or a cleanse or a sleep dart? Or like, we can't just say things, you know what I'm saying? Like, the trade-off is that, in theory, you get less value from here. Yeah. I don't know. Like, sure. You have power budget, right? Flight costs X, the rest fit into Y, exactly. And so right now, I think, and there's other aspects about Jetpack Cat that I think she's definitely overtuned. I mean, we saw she's definitely a little strong right now, but I think also a lot of people's complaints about Jetpack Cat aren't necessarily in terms of like her raw power output, but just like certain edge cases, you know? So yeah, let's talk about the lifeline. So the problem with lifeline, I think, is that it's on no cooldown. In other words, when you pick somebody up, that should start a cooldown. That cooldown should be about 7 to 8 seconds. In other words, maybe even less, where you can only reposition people for 3, 4, 5 seconds. So you have to get the time. Wait, I caught him? Or no, I didn't. Okay, I'm dumb. I'm really dumb, guys. Disregard. I swear there was like, okay, where you shouldn't be able to infinitely flight, that should be a resource that when you pick somebody up, it starts a timer in the middle of your screen, and when that expires, it drops the person. And then after you've dropped somebody, you are not able to reposition them for at least 5 seconds afterwards. So you were rewarded for getting the timing of this tether correctly, and it's not an infinite resource. That's only tied to your flight. Wanting to increase cooldowns? Right, because he doesn't have a cooldown. There is no cooldown here. Saying, oh, but it's 2.5 seconds. Frick off, you know? Frick off. You could, now, how broken is that? It's pretty broken. Even if it's not as broken as people say, though, it's still an edge case that's annoying for a lot of people playing around. You should absolutely be able to reposition people, but you shouldn't reposition people permanently for the entirety of the game. It's an outlier. Shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. You could still have your clips. I mean, we can negotiate numbers here. If you want to be like, well, 5 seconds is not enough to carry somebody around. Okay. 7 seconds. Final offer. Oh, no, 8 seconds. Okay, fine. All right, but the cooldown after you shoot should be 4 seconds, not 5. Okay, fine. We could talk about it. I don't think it would make them a lot worse. I don't think so. I think if you are unable to prepare and synchronize and actually think about your flight as a resource, and when it comes to moving people around, I disagree. I don't disagree. Man, YouTube chat is cooking me. I'm gonna go to war for this one though. I think y'all are wrong. I think y'all are wrong. I don't even think that I actually don't even think that being able to fly somebody around infinitely is necessarily that powerful. I actually think that more of her power budget is probably more in her burst cycle, and also probably, yeah, it's probably more in her burst cycle, her ability to secure kills. And I also think, if anything, it's more about picking somebody else, moving them quickly to an angle, and then dropping them. I actually don't think that the ability to carry somebody infinitely contributes all that much to her performance. I just think it annoys people. So I'm gonna say Lifeline has duration and CD after you pick somebody up. Open to duration ideas. So in other words, only a cooldown. So if in other words you try to pick somebody up and they don't take it, you don't get punished with the cooldown. You get the same 2.5 seconds. You get the same 2.5 seconds. You are nerfing the worst part of her kit. All right, I want to challenge you. I want you to challenge you. All right, come on, YouTube chat. Why am I nerfing the worst part of her kit? The most overrated part of her kit. I'm so freaking tired. We had this exact same discussion with Mizuki. Why? Why? It's the edge case! This is not about performance or balance! You can do anything to this character's healing, damage, fall off range, flight speed, perks, ultimate charge regeneration, cooldown duration, range, anything! Any jackass can turn a knob and turn the character's win rate down. It's about edge case and design and the strange outliers that frustrate players because they don't have any way of counterplaying that. Shut up! Okay. We're good. We're all right. We're fine. That's fine. Okay, so yeah. So Lifeline, respectfully, it's an opinion. You might be right. But that's why. Whether you agree with me or disagree with me, you're allowed to disagree with me. That's why we're targeting that. You get what I'm saying? That's why. Hope that makes sense. Hope that makes sense. So that's my thoughts on the tether, the infinite flight thing. It's just those edge cases. Now, in terms of the purr, what do you guys think of the purr? Don't talk about perks. I think we'll talk about the perks later. Maybe it's fine. Yeah, purr is strange. I don't really know how I feel about purr because it amps up in healing over time, which I think is intentional. I think it's an interesting aspect of it. So it's not like, oh, just instant heal up the full, right? Imagine if purr was flipped, how broken that would be, you know? But maybe we need to, maybe purr's too strong. Maybe it's just like a number tweak for purr. Maybe just cat. wait. I alt tab. Wait, what happened? No, give me the. Why is that so funny? Oh my gosh. Like seriously, it's just like hang on. Like listen to this. Okay. Wait. Oh my gosh, this is so funny, man. Okay. A few of those voice lines. Yeah. Is that the praise? I don't know what I'm doing when I'm alt tapping. It's procking when I alt tab, so I have no idea. Oh my gosh. Yeah, maybe the cooldown on Purr is too long. Maybe it lasts too long. Maybe it does too much healing. I mean, maybe cooldown too long, maybe it's just too potent of a cooldown. I don't know. It's hard to really say though, because it is designed to have like this long duration, you know? And I think the reason why it's done that is, I think the reason that they want you to do that is I think Purr is designed to be married to Lifeline. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because it's like, if you pick somebody up, and then you purr, you're able to like, I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion with it. Yeah. Yeah, that's my thing with Purr is I think Purr as a necessity to keep you close is pretty important. Like I don't think you want to nerf Purr too much because it is another one of those proximity tools which you want to have. Lifeline doesn't heal. It's the second time I've seen somebody ask that today. And yeah. You guys want to hear a funny story? It does? No way it does. Really? What? I'm stupid. What? What? And heals your ally. Oh yeah, you're right. Bro, I'm looking at the description. Frick me for trusting the description, man. Sarah Lee, are you here? Can we test this? How much does it heal? I swear it doesn't heal, or if it does, it doesn't heal very much. Sarah, are you on? I need somebody else to shoot. Hobbs, are you here? Who else? Stefano? He might be coaching. Invite you? I did. I'll do it again here. Yeah. Here, I'll just do, here. Spylo. I need somebody. Somebody join. You should be able to find in custom games. I just need somebody to shoot me in the face. Oh, Ravion's coming online. Never mind, I think we might be good. Dude, what is going on with the invite? You guys see that? It keeps graying out. What is going on? I just need you to be something big and fat that can take damage. Just a tank is fine.
Welcome.
You guys see that? It's weird. All right, give him a pop. Give him a pop. Is it healing? It looks like it is. It's definitely healing. It's definitely healing. I'm getting ult charge. That's faster than passive. Frick, man. It doesn't even make the healing noise. Listen. Takes more damage, and I'll do the per heal. You guys will hear the per heal. Listen, listen. Listen, okay, now that's it. You hear that? It's acting like a passive heal, but it doesn't make any noise. Now, maybe there'd be too much like audio clutter, but yeah, it seems really weak. That might be something to look at. Like maybe that's another thing that they could tune for performance, right? Because that definitely helps. Okay, well that's not in the user thing. I think it's probably fine that it does that. Like I don't really have a major problem with that. Like as long as it's really weak. Because if you think about it this way, like it's gonna matter a lot. Amari, get down. Get down. Get down. Yeah. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. Thank you guys. Thank you, Ravion. Thank you guys. Okay. Okay, good to know, good to know, good to know. And we won't talk about perks because we're trying to avoid talking about perks today because perks are up in flux. Obviously, the perk is dumb. My other criticism of the perk, I know some people are like, it shouldn't boop. It should be dumb. It's dumb that boops. I almost said burp poops. But I'm like, I think if anything, like the fact that it boops gives you like an extra little bit of personality to it. Whereas territorial is just raw damage, raw 1v1. Like it doesn't make you, there's no like knockback on tanks. You can't knock people off the map. You just 25 healing per second. So it's like the perk is dumb because it's just damage. It's just damage. It's just, it's not very interesting. Yeah, I know that it got nerfed, but yeah. I way rather have stuff like headbutt or whatever else. It's way more interesting, but yeah, I like I said, I know some of y'all are gonna be kind of mad at me, but I think like I guess I got cat players and non-cat players mad at me because I'm like, let's keep infinite flight, but maybe we shouldn't use a lifeline for infinite. But that's what I would change. I would kind of keep it there. Adjust the fall off. Maybe do some number tweaks here and there. Don't infinite lifeline, and then I think you're fine. Do you think the ultimate builds up too fast or too slow? I don't know. I haven't played enough to say, but I'm not really concerned about it. Oh yeah, and the ult. Y'all are gonna hate me. I think we leave the ult. Yeah, exactly, Sarah. I wanna deal with a gimmick. All right. You know what? I'm gonna prove it to you. Sarah Lee, are you here? Sarah Lee, are you here? Just so you guys can see. Just so you guys can see. Obviously, this is not like the full story here. I want you... Wait, hang on a second. Go all the immobile tanks.
Traveling to Mumbai.
I think maybe my only critique now that I'm thinking about a jetpack at is there just isn't a lot of movement tech with her. So her skill floor for her movement's like really low. I saw somebody that was like, oh, she's like got like tracer level movement. I'm like, no, she doesn't. You fly really fast. That's your movement tech. Okay. Give me, Sarah Lee. Give me. Can you shoot me? Can you javelin me? Okay, that didn't work. Okay. There you go. Go other tank now. Go other tank now. Obviously, I'm not saying that it's like you just try to show me that you can hit me, you can hammer me, you can punch me, you can javelin me. You could do whatever else. I'm not saying it, but guys, it is an ultimate. It is an ultimate ability. Does this work? Can you hook me? Oh, you just dislodged me, I think. Or am I crazy? Try it again. Okay, yeah, ult the hook works. Wait, can you whole hog me again? Try this again. Oh, it just doesn't. It doesn't. It's the duration max. Okay, go something else. This one was probably a challenging one. Can you bubble this? Just bubble. Okay. Okay. You bubble. Go ahead, try something else. Keep going. I don't know if fortify works. It might not work. I'm actually curious. No, that's all I need to see, Sarah Lee. You can beam. Actually, you could beam me out of it. Yeah. Wait, that's actually really funny. Hang on. What if you could grab? Okay, actually, that would be hilarious. So fortify does work. Yeah, come back. Can you grab me into a wall as I fly past the wall? That would be freaking hilarious. Let's try this. Okay. All right, that's great. That's good to know. Yeah, it breaks it. Yeah, fortify breaks it. We've already established, but yeah, you could just fortify. Yeah. I think you could probably also ultimate that. You could probably also cancel that with ultimate too if you didn't have fortify. But Sarah goes back. Okay. Yeah. Ult starts fortify. Yep. Now this you just have to shoot. Doesn't work, but you could just shoot. Wait, what if? Yeah, try booping me again. Try booping me when you do it. Like, I'll see if it like breaks the tether or whatever. Oh shoot. Well, so if you wall slam, obviously that's gonna stun it. Okay, now just try and shoot me. I mean, like, you guys have seen me play. Don't worry about it right now, necessarily. But obviously, you guys have seen me play Domina. I have been ulted as Domina probably half a dozen times since the Jetpack Cat, and I've only been killed once. Because I was able to hit 2 shard shots. She has to have per, and even then, you can sometimes still kill her if you have help. Again, I'm not saying that it's perfectly balanced. I'm just saying that there is a world where you cannot play it. I think there's some weird interactions with the ult here. Oh, that's fun. So you can iframe it with dodge. Okay, well, no comment. You can just shoot me out of the sky. Just shoot me. Okay, that cancels it. The problem is that it's essentially a practice range interaction. Mid-fight at the cat bait's a 1 counterplay ability. If the enemy has it, then it's an instant team fight win. Well, again, it's an ultimate. You can literally say that about almost any ultimate in the game. And also, that's also forgoing the fact that a lot of these characters are able to do it with just base parts of their kit. You know? Sure, this ult is useful. It's an ultimate, you know? That's an interesting idea. That's also an interesting idea. Yeah, shooting with Hazard would probably be difficult. Hazard probably would be tough. How much damage could you do to me if I'm like flying you? Let me just try and like actually properly fly, Surly. So here we go. I'm at 970. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. But you do have jump as well, so you also have the mobility to get out again. In theory. Okay, that's fine. Let's keep going. So Hazard's not terrible. Try Ryan. Try Ryan. Come at me one more time. Okay, ready? Oh gosh, that's super disorienting. Try swinging. Yeah, that may be the problem, is how far the tether swaps, because if I fly... Let me demonstrate what I mean. Watch, if I just fly, hit me with your hammer. I'm freaking dead. That's it. Right there, I'm dead. The problem comes in, I wonder if I can tether. It stretch the tether so it doesn't hit you. So if I can go, wee, oh, you can still hit me at least once. So it can work. Without even that, I think I get traded there. So that one's probably the worst one, but you could still hit her with hammer. You missed your swing? Okay, don't miss your swing, forehead. Ready? Yeah, I get traded there. I would have to purr early to be able to get that trade, and that's with no follow-up damage. I don't even, I feel like people don't even know this. Like, maybe you guys know it. But I've seen this in like rank, like people don't even swing. They just sit there and look helpless. It's like you can at least give yourself a chance, you know? Go Junker Queen. Or can you can't shield it, can you? Or, like, if you guys have watched me, I'm far from great with Domina, but like whenever I get ulted with a cat, I just chill. I'm like, I just hit your shots, see what happens. Let me see if I can get my ult off of you. Try it again. Let me see if I can get the angle a little closer. Shield again. So see how forgiving the angle is. Yeah, so that one I went behind Ryan's shield. No, you can't pan out of it. Alright, go ahead and go queen. I was unable to kill a cat with Pearl. I was nano as Ryan, by the way. That has to be a skill issue. That has to be a skill issue. If you can get 3, maybe if you only were able to get 2 swings off, but the purr does not, like, so she's 225. You do 450 damage with 3 swings. Actually, does Ryan swing do, does Ryan swing do 100 or 110? What does Ryan swing do? $100. Yeah, it's 450 damage. Okay, here we go. Can you carnage me? Yeah, you're gonna need to carnage me. That might be a tough one too. Yeah, if you only get 2 swings off in time and she pre-purrs, I could see it because that 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, that might keep me up. Because that would be like a 90 healing or something like that. So yeah, if she gets that. Yeah, you're gonna have to carnage like immediately. You're gonna have to carnage immediately, otherwise it's not gonna work. Okay. I mean, that works, bro. That it's maybe not super consistent. You do need to hit the follow-up shot, but how much damage is Carnage? It's like 150, 140, something like that. So again, it is relying off of Purr. It is relying off of a tier later in Purr. It's 90 damage plus what's the DOT? Let's try punch. 40 DOT? Okay, so you're probably gonna get about 110, 150 damage before you die there, realistically. Punch, 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 punch. And I'm dead. With Purr, I live. But TLDR, you can give yourself a fighting chance if you're fighting back with basically any tank. With Purr, absolutely, yeah, you're not going to be able to get the kill on without follow-up. But you can still get a couple of hits off. Yeah, Ram definitely feels like the toughest one. He's even with a if you have a Purr here. Oh, you can also shield it. I didn't think freaking Sarah juking on me. Wait, Vortex. Do Vengeful Vortex. Sarah Vengeful Vortex. Do it. That would be hilarious. Alright, you freaking kill me. That would be such a skill shot that would be funny. You ready? It does kind of work. It does kind of work. It's not a lot of damage. Oh, me no perk? Still? Oh. Necessarily just skill shots it. You're gonna kill me! Alright. DPS passive is expired, so go for it. Bro, this takes forever, man. It's thousands of damage. There's no passive perk charge, which is why this is taking forever. Okay, thrilling content. Thank you, guys. Are you ready? Okay, I slammed into the wall there. We need to try that again. I slammed into the stupid thing, though. Let's try that again. Yeah. Shut up. I know. No entry. Oh, ow. Oh, we need to try that again. Maybe if I'm slightly further. All right, ready? Okay, well, maybe it doesn't work, but it definitely just, it doesn't slow. Unless I'm crazy. Are you guys seeing a major slow here? Yeah, it doesn't, I don't know if it's, I don't know if it does slow, it's not, it may not be enough. Over here. Yeah, it's not like the original vortex. The broken vortex. Yeah. Which is good. We don't want that, but... Oh, wow. That would be really funny, though, if that yoinked me in. Wait. This is not a serious argument, but what if, Sarely, what if I got sloppy with it? What if a stupid cat gets sloppy with it? I bet you could get me. Yeah, exactly. Because Numbani's super forgiving with how low you can fly him. I bet you could get... That would be really funny. Because, like, look at how low I can get Numbani. Right? You know? That would be... That's potential. Okay, anyway, thank you, Sarah. Yeah, TLDR is that you have counterplay options.
Need a guy who ought to know.
You know?
I used to laugh at safety. Now they call me.
You have counterplay options. You have counterplay options. Now, whether it's still an ult, you're still at the disadvantage, I think, in most situations. And you still can get repositioned into your team, but... Yeah. I mean, guys, we're talking about a role that has Kitsune Rush and Juno ult. And I'm trying to think what else we have here. Beat. You know? So, whatever. Multiple grabs? Ugh, that would be awful. Okay, that is all. That is my thoughts. That is my thoughts. Concerns, thoughts, questions, anybody else? That went okay. Could have been worse. Could have been better, could have been worse. We have some ideas. I'll try to compile them, maybe make a video about it. I don't know. I have new hair growing in some places. Any thoughts? I'm not gonna lie, Poop Spoon, I really don't know how to take that question. Okay. See a doctor? I don't know. Maybe you need to see a doctor. Congratulations? I don't know. Like That's like saying, Spilo, I've got this growth going on here. What do you think? And I'm like, did you go to the gym or like, where is it? Like, do you mind if I need to see an oncologist? Like, I don't know. Okay. Okay, yeah. Well, there you go. I hate moving. I hear you, mate. Moving is the worst. Yeah. Moving is indeed the worst. Yes. Weddings, moving. Freaking hate that stuff. Arcade mode Theorycraft? Frick no, man. I'm so freaking... What a day. Crashing out. Randoms. Randoms crashing out on me. Everybody hating each other. Getting into fist fights. Let's play some tank. I have to go in about an hour, so... I got time. No DPS? No, I'm alright. It's like... We could play maybe some Emre. I don't know. Or Emre. I want to try Domina. If not Malga. If not Winston. Somewhere between those. I've had fun playing one of those three. I think Mizuki is getting nerfed. I don't know. It's hard to say. He's like, as we kind of talked about earlier, he's a little bit of a tricky spot. Let's change stream title to the Plat Tank. I freaking love this title, man. I've never used a title before, and this is it's changing me. I've never used the title before. Sure, we can ban Sombra. That's far, yeah, far. Whatever you want, yeah. Doomfist, sure. Whatever you guys want. I'm a team player. Thoughts on them perma-nerfing Vendetta damage instead of block? I mean, they have to nerf for overhead, though. I don't think okay, this is going to be a spicy take. I don't think Vendetta block is that OP. It's a little bit OP, but we'll have to make a video about Vendetta survivability. It's complicated with Vendetta. Complicated. She's actually really high death per 10. Like, I think the highest death per 10, so maybe the entire DPS cast. Certainly close. Yeah, they did nerf for overhead, yep. Okay, let me turn this up and then turn this down so I'm not deafing you guys.
The perfect world is shaped by my
She dies most of all the heroes, yes.
If you want my help, you better be dying.
Yeah, Anran's probably up there, their underscore though, for sure.
Follow my lead, dears. The punishment.
What do you find the
for
stats for deaths per 10? You don't. You just have a massive brain like me and just see your listen, if I'm dying a lot in Vendetta, I mean, it's not my fault, guys. See, it's the hero's fault. See, that's the strategy. Have a lack of self-awareness and blame the game, and you'll be right sometimes.
Initial flashpoint arena.
All right, I gotta lock it, guys. I'm not warmed up at all. First game. Weird.
Pristine construction. Double timing is everything.
Okay, well.
Unlock.
Okay. Okay. Surely it's all uphill from here, right, chat?
Light into being.
No, too deep. Okay. I could throw one more here and I'll get away with it. Too deep.
Crystalline perfection.
Bruh.
Behind me now.
Got solo shielded. I need to back off here. Well, that's Plat for you. Bro, my bad. They hard pushed. Frick, man. That's plat for you.
No mistakes, only progress. Power at my fingertips.
Am I crazy? I think there's like a vendetta back here. Am I stupid? I might be stupid. That was bad. Zuzu. No, I missed. No, I needed to hit that. I can't touch. Yeah, I was like, frick. I needed to hit that crystal. There's like so many opportunities where they're super low and just didn't finish them up. Only a pill from here? What did I tell you guys? I called it.
I refuse to abide wrongful termination.
Oh, way too soon. What the frick? Bro, please. No! The Suzu. Oh, no, my team is trolling. No. No. Okay, point should distract. Oh, headshots, please. Oh. We're gonna beat late. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I can smell it! Ah! It's okay. Slow day. The office.
Perhaps still room for refinement. How dazzling.
Enemy here. Weaken them. Hey.
Bastion. Interesting. He's just standing there. He's not even shooting. All right, we got this, guys. Okay, we should probably back off.
Pristine construction.
Can hold this. Lucio, 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 Lucio. Okay, that's their shield. I was hoping we'd stop and we didn't. I don't know where my team wanted to hold there.
They must be held responsible.
Frick, man. I literally was like sitting there, I'm like, where are we fighting? And nobody freaking knew.
The ducks lost.
Honestly, we should just go ahead and rotate there.
Flashpoint junkyard.
Ah, another point. Hurry on.
Okay. Vendetta needs to move. Vendetta needs to move.
This will end them.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
I'm kind of doing the same thing. I'm getting my cooldowns forced early because I'm just really not sure where we're fighting. So we're winning this? Oh, freaking we're winning that. Alright. Alright, where are we fighting? Like, I don't mind. Like, we are running Zen Bastion, so I think we want to play a little further back. I feel like we're losing so many fights because I don't know where we're holding. And now my Zen is pressing, so now I'm going to press as well, I guess. Oh no, I alt tap. Dude, why does this keep happening to me? I entered a little bit there because we were down on Mizuki. I could have played that one more patient. The ult was okay, but I think the idea, but we didn't need to push that far. Dude, this keeps happening. I keep alt tabbing even though I'm not pressing alt or tab. It's like my mouse goes over to my second monitor somehow, even though it's like on this monitor. I don't know how to describe it. I don't even know what my inputs are leading up to it. It's just like random crap, you know? He's... my Zen might have died there. Okay, let's keep rotating. Interesting decision. Oy, oy, oy. Okay, I think we're okay. Where's Vendetta? I don't hear her. Okay, I think we're okay. Should be on the same side, I think. Yeah. No, I'm not windowed full screen. Alright, let's keep rotating, keep moving, my friends. Don't know about that trance, but I will try. Nope. Ah. Poop. Yeah, we just ulted too late. It's fine, we got Cole out. And I think they're dominant ult as well, I think. Mechanics are super messy here. Oh, I was poorly placed. Poop! She's slamming me first. I knew it. I'm chasing. Need to stop chasing. Need to stop chasing. Need to get out of here. I should be able to get out. I think this is okay here. Frick, dude. Oh. No, almost. I needed to get that kill. Maybe went up full by if I'd hit that headshot there. Gets reaction time diff by flat domina. No, it's just a thing about the approach. Do you do viewer VOD reviews? No. I occasionally, okay, let's put it this way. Occasionally I do, like for like a stream project sometimes, but rarely. Ah, it's alright. It was fine. I could have performed way better there mechanically. Most of my issues are just mechanical wash and so on. No, it's not a great match for Dama. Who's my favorite of the new heroes? I don't know. I think Anran, when she hits, is like the highest peaks for me. But more consistently, Mizuki feels more fun.
Select your hero. Select hero bands.
Sure. How much of that would you say is raw mouse control? I don't know. I think raw mouse control is like one of those things that's like... It's weird because I spend a lot of time like studying other topics as well, like speed and strength and stuff like that. Raw mouse control reminds me a little bit... Shoot, I'll play Malga. You guys want to see Malga or Winston? Raw mouse control reminds me a little bit of like... speed drills for those of you guys that run track, where like they're important, but like once you have like the fundamentals of like proper technique down, they're probably overvalued and you should just spend more time sprinting and doing some specific strengthening work. More CNS stuff. So like I look at like raw mouse control as being like it's very important, but once you have like the basics, it has like harsh diminishing returns kick in.
A better world is possible today.
Yeah.
Let's get this mission
That's what I would
started.
say. If that makes sense. Because it's like, it's one of those situations where it's like, there are other things that you could be doing.
If you want my help, you better be dying.
But yeah, it's also subjective. There's not a lot of science on it right now, so that's just my opinion, but it's mostly anecdotal. So. This actually is not an amazing Winston map from my understanding, and we're also running not a lot of range heal here, so we'll see. Hey, it's a Winston mirror. Love it.
I call that guerrilla warfare.
Nice. There, Winston swaps. Because we're on Bastion. And he's on Sigma. Got pre-fighted because my Emre is standing on main. Freya's behind me. I misplayed that. I could have pressured that Freya better. Ooh. Oh, come on, sports. Just push. Anything would have helped there. Frick. That was actually criminal right there.
Progress is still progress.
Right, we can push this now, though.
I'm on the objective. Rally to my position. Let's see how long I burn. I'm playing this objective.
I'm gonna have to dodge that, but...
Don't mess with a flying siren.
I don't know, man.
Next, flashpoint, Newlands.
Oh dear. Jeez. Do we have an ult? We have an ult? We have 4 ults. We have 4 ults. We have 4 ults. Ooh, trying to choose my perk, screwed it up. Ah, fart. Oh, what's up, 2-pack?
Can stop me.
I wonder if they're here.
Flashpoint
Is anybody here?
10 seconds.
Let me just check around a little bit, just while we're waiting. I don't hear anybody. There's Reaper. That sucks. We bell. Got to get my Baptiste out here. Oh gosh, it's ugly. Oh no, I trolled my brains out. I didn't realize I was that low. That's my bad. Reaper should die though. Shoot, my bad. My bad. I came out of Primal thinking I was way higher health than I actually was, and so I got sloppy with it. I shouldn't have even gone for the Reaper there. I had the second jump reset. I could have gone. Here's shifts. My team can't trade here. Reaper's gonna push in here, so just back off. Dude, this alt tab! Good trade. Oh, I gave her way too much respect.
Move to the next point. This should be fun.
Over here.
This is a pretty tough point for me, though. Oh dear. Case in point. Frick, that was bad. That was really bad. My bad. That's bad. Really hard point for me. Definitely my hardest point. Well, actually, I don't know if that's true, but... Make him think about it a little bit. Make him think about it. I'm giving her way too much credit, I think. Frick, man. I got chunked mechanically pretty badly there. I could have definitely killed that anran, or emre. I think we all in here. Oh, he's by himself. I messed up! I messed up! I should have bubbled sooner. That was my bad. Frick, dude. I trolled that. I've just never played that matchup before, and I was greeting it, but I'm like, oh wait, he can just infinitely sustain off of me. My bad. No. See if we can break pylon here. We did 8th and 8. Huge. Here, I'll get this. Hopefully I can kill her in time. Nice. Yeah, I could definitely kill the emre here. I just had to use my bubble way sooner. I was being way too greedy. I think we go chaos here. I think, yeah, especially with where my... Jeez. That is really throwing off my breakpoints here. Nice. I didn't want to hold ult any longer with a Roadhog behind me. I've died way too many times to getting hooked at 400 HP and dying. Yep. Dude, Winston feels so good with the heal passive and the
I feel as though I haven't prepared properly for a coaching session scheduled for next week with you. Is there a system to gift my session to someone
message
else,
friend
a community member for whom
thank you for the bits, dude. Can you frick. Send me a friend request. And worst case scenario, yes, we can regift it. But also don't be too harsh on yourself. If you want to get it, you can have it. If you evaluate in a week, it's fine. But yeah. Yeah, the Ana, I was giving the Ana way too much respect.
Select your hero.
You got a clip for me? Okay. Like I was, yeah. Okay, sounds good, Jock.
Choose hero band.
Sorry, Doomfist. Again, I'm just protecting Domina, possibly, but if Domina gets banned, it's fine. What's up, Shawnee? Oh, we could probably do one more here. Nope, totally up to you. EDR is whatever you're chill with EDR. It's whatever works. Whatever you enjoy is fine. Just having a second character and definitely improves your flexibility by a lot, so don't sweat it too much.
Now traveling to Paris.
Yeah, don't worry about it too much. I think if you really wanted to min-max, you could be like, all right, I'm gonna have a character with like a little bit more mobility, maybe like a Moira, Kiriko, Lucio, something like that. Even I guess to a lesser extent Mizuki, but I don't think it matters that much. Not too much.
The perfect world.
Just the maps where you might
shaped
need
by
that
my
mobility a
hand.
bit more.
No, much work left to do here. How fortunate that I'm industrious.
Rage heal option 2? Yeah, that's true. That's true, yeah. Not the strongest map.
Oh, another one of Marzia's lackeys. Let's hope you're not as dim as the rest.
You're insulting me. In those shoes.
Darling, these cost more than 50 of you.
Guess you can't buy good taste.
That's funny.
2, 1. Attackers
Volatile creation.
defend
That's a lot. I was gonna say it's a lot of damage. Hang on a second, y'all. No, frick me, man. Oh, it worked! Or I don't know if it worked or not, but it looked fun anyway.
Power at my fingertips.
Alright, I guess we walk. Can always go back. Okay, let's walk, let's walk, let's walk, let's walk, let's walk. Okay, or not walk, not walk. I want to get out. Our last kill's been a while.
Over here.
What can I say? I'm a
That's bad.
Your essential personality. Leave me be.
Oh! Daddy!
Divine perfection.
Okay, it was a body shot, but it's alright. I had to end there because we just got smoked
Vishka's finest.
early. I thought for sure I was getting flanked. Guess not. Ah, we almost had it.
They're on the point. Take them out.
objective.
I don't know how my Moira got killed on that recontest there. We needed that extra help.
They must be held responsible.
I got me thinking I was getting flanked there and just doing nothing really sucked. Oh no.
My sight.
Make way. Light intervening.
Oh frick.
Down their turret.
No!
Mini
I'm not wasting. I'm not gambling here. Okay, I might be gambling. Where's my team? No, come on, guys!
Don't get in my way.
I'll draw up a new proposal.
Frick, man.
The enemy
Me falling sucked there.
payload.
An enemy turret here. I have such impeccable taste.
No. I can't rotate to high ground, it's too late. I'll wrap around the other way.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
Activating defense array. I see one.
Frick, man.
Payload has reached
बेहतर वेरा तुसी होर भी बेहतर कर सकते हो
Could pivot over to this lane here instead. Careful, Mizuki. That's not how that works.
Mind the shards.
Oh, bro, like, what are we doing here, blood?
Fish God's finest found their turret. Make way.
Oh, I chumbled. My bad, bro. Frick, they're so freaking close. My bad.
Payload's moving. Someone stop that thing.
All right.
I will teach them a lesson.
Left lane. Wrap left. Use our ult.
An enemy turret here. This will end them. Mere mutabik chalo. Mere mutabik chalo. Constructing my barrier. Found the turret. Construction.
Frick, I need to get the frick out of dodge, man.
Now my
No. We can win. We killed 2.
Approaching its destination.
That payload's pulling away.
Poop, man.
A gun in each hand and a smile on my face.
Oh, man. I needed to finish off those targets faster.
Score 0 to 3. Switching sides.
Here's the clip.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
All right, let's see it. Oh, I can see it. Oh! Nice, dude. The better you stack, the more damage you do. Nice.
The perfect world is shaped by my hand. No, much work left to do here. How
The
fortunate
problem
that
is we
I'm
got
in
classic
this.
escorted to where we just didn't really have a fight on first point because we just stomped them and then we just got pre-fight picked and then that was it. Like we just got pre-fight picked outside their spawn doors. And then the same thing happened on second where like, I don't know, I guess we technically had a fight in second, but like there were no like relevant ults, you know? Like this, we just never really got what we needed, you know?
We'll give it all we've got and hope that's enough.
And I have like so many individual picks which I could be getting here, but... Alright, I think I'm gonna rotate right here to avoid taking damage. Stream's going good, stream is. We're having fun. We had fun.
Fun one. Crystalline perfection.
Try to get the rotation here without popping shield. I have to pop shield. My bad.
Pristine construction.
Bro, I am getting freaking melted. I am getting angle max, and I needed my shield before I took that rotation. Not bad. That's where the domina stuff feels super bad. I'm tied to rotate on that angle here. Unless I can use my crystal, but I didn't. There you go. So I'm fricked. Who did we kill? I'm so freaking tired of that shield, bro. I think that rotation's too deep, man. I think it's just too deep. I take too much damage from too many different angles. I actually think I have to go up the circus and right side. I'm getting pincered there. It's not a good rotation from you.
Pristine construction.
Huge kills. You guys see what I'm saying though, right? Like that's way too deep. That's just also too deep. I didn't mean to place it there. Interesting. Nice. I think I can go ahead. They've got 2 people in spawn.
Objective A captured.
No, I should have slammed first. Careful. Now she has shield advantage on me, so.
How dazzling.
I wonder if I should have used.
Activating defense array. 2-step back. Mini Mustafic Jalor.
That's not deep enough. Holy crap, the Emre angle. Well, at least we use ults. Can I rotate here, guys? I really want to rotate. I really want to rotate.
Mine the shard.
I want to rotate. I might have trolled. I really, really want to be here. That's why I want to be here. Okay, we gotta support all out. We're basically 3. Ah! My bad. I just was so unforced. That just is so unforced. Just a little bit of. My bad.
No mistakes, only progress.
My bad. Shoot.
Your action. Let us push the payload forward.
It's gonna be hard to get out of this choke here. So let's see.
Sharper than words. Leave me be.
Fricker. So egotistical, man. Just to think that you could get away with that. Touch point.
How unsightly.
Dude, I mean, that's so much hubris there. Like, you just, like, there's no way. I'm correct. I knew what he was gonna do as soon as he did it.
I must reassess the situation. End them. Adapting my barrier engaged. Out of my way. Power at my fingertips.
He's dead.
I'm glowing, aren't I?
Wait, what the frick is this guy?
Keep your distance. Revenge looks lovely on me, doesn't it? Dazzling. How good of you. Mini Mustafic Jalor.
Bro.
They outnumber us.
Okay, we gotta back off here. Bro, Echo just does an unreasonable amount of damage to that perk. Like, it's unreasonable how much damage those stickies do when she has that major perk. It feels like Overwatch 1 Echo, man. That's like 350 damage from that. Ah. Holy matrimony. Oh, I messed it up. He's gonna rotate around. Oh, guys, no. Chat, we're gonna lose this fight. Oh! Frick. Oh, GG's. Disaster. It's a good try. Oh, so irritating, man. So irritating. Map diff? Nah. I mean, partly, but they had the same disadvantages there. I really just think it comes down to just like it's the usual stuff. Let's go try. Okay. I actually think I have to go. I think I actually have to go. Because I don't know if I have enough time for another game. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I have to go. But we can toss a raid. Yeah, sorry, guys. You haven't had as much gameplay recently. Just we're kind of going back in the swing of like projects and stuff. So we'll see you. Who's icy? Who's icy? ICOW? I mean like the off tank? Oh, yeah, sure. We'll raid Icy. Frick, I didn't know Icy was back. Like, well, I didn't know that that was Icy. You know, like I just assumed that like I didn't know he was back. Okay, well yeah, we'll raid Icy. Goodbye YouTube. Goodbye Twitch. See you guys later. Farewell. Thursday, we'll talk. We'll chat. We'll have the usual shenanigans. I'll see you guys later.